heard about Starnet or TV. If you're conscious, why you're hating? Some of us think too small, just too afraid to fall. If you're conscious and awakened, you know that the studio gets deep. Black news and history in the making. Let's get up from the fall, wise up and take it all.
Hello, everyone. Hope you are well as we get ready to close out this year. If you don't know, my name is Brother Reggie, and I am happy to be on and to do this important show. What this show is about? Well, our good brother, Rod Hayes, came on and he came on our show and he started talking about light beings and Anunaki and Atlanteans and a number of things that we've heard from lots of people in a variety of different shows, I would say, and publications. Most of them fiction or and some of them early ideas and thinking. And I happen to like Rod Hayes. He's a nice dude. He's even tempered. He's in his mind, he wants to teach. And I got that. It's just that what he teaches, at some point, we need to verify and to see if it has any basis. Now, I'm not criticizing all of his work. I'm just criticizing what I heard the other day, right? But again, he's a nice dude, good brother. He's very even tempered. He's respectful, and I appreciate that. So, in the spirit of that, he should appreciate us going over some concepts that might have been missed from his presentation. Now, I know a lot of you kind of agree with some of the things that he says, and that's just the nature of our communities. It's easy to believe and to have faith. It's harder sometimes to debunk information and or to further analyze information. And so I took the time out. It's not going to be a long show, but I think it's going to be very helpful. I'm, it just depends on who I'm critiquing and why I'm critiquing, but I am definitely concerned about looking at information as if it was energy, light beings, Anunnaki, Atlanteans, and angelic beings. I have a problem with our people because if I can't give a tool to our people, which is a source is a tool, then I find that I'm not doing my job. Now, there are a lot of shows out here that hide behind people and theories, and they get away with it. And they introduce to our communities these fringe concepts, and they don't seem to have the ability to ask them pertinent questions. Luckily, on Sinetta Studios, Black News 102, House of Consciousness, and my show, Africa Online TV, well, we have the capacity to do that. before it goes awry, so to speak. Before I begin, I want to thank Shakara King, Black K, for being the first one on here. 904DZ, Knowledge Born, peace to you. Divine Soul, Heru Christ, Caressed, Harris Duncan, peace to you, my good brother. Let's see, Divine in 1975, and that's pretty much it. What happened to my light? Okay. And Pharaoh X, peace to you. Thank you for coming on. So if you're in the chat, let me know so I can say hello. Thanks for joining us. Open Minds TV 33. Yeah. So, oh, shoot, brother Oshu Sincere, peace to you. Thank you. Okay, so I lost one of my lights, but I will try to get it on in a few minutes. So what are we talking about? So the first thing that I want to do is I think I want to play the beginning of this conversation that Sarnetta had on the other day. So let's just bring that up and let's bring 313 exit 218. But prove we all came from Africa, and that's pseudo knowledge, and that's European. That's the knowledge that European gave us. See, we got things like this. Okay. Well, why don't we deal with this topic first, and then maybe if we have time, if not on this show, at another time, we can talk about African origins. Maybe we can do that. Okay? Maybe we can do that. Oh, shoot. Brother Mel, peace to you. How you doing, good brother Mel? Miss you, man. How you doing? Okay, so let's bring in what my good brother Mel is on. So let's bring in the show where our good brother Ra Hayes was speaking with Sarnetta. So let's share my screen. My good brother Mel Smith. Share screen. Okay, great. And put the volume on and let's listen to our good brother Rod Hayes. Okay. And let's play the video. Get your popcorn. Shout out to Sarnetta for bringing us information that we could critique. Misunderstood. Hello, sister. How are you? Congratulations on your win for the president-elect Donald Trump. You won. he got elected. Congratulations to you. Let's go. Big Payback Porter says that Rod Hayes is another Billy Carson. Yes and no. Yes, in the context of that his ideas are fringe sometimes, and they come from other places, but he doesn't have the arrogance of Billy Carson, which I will play a video on Billy Carson. He just did another video, so I'm going to play a piece of that video. So let's get your popcorn. Let's listen to what he has to say.
So what I want to say is in the wake of what happened to Billy Carson in the debate, we have to be very careful about our information today and with sources. My research team have heard a lot about your lectures, and we have been going in a little bit about the Anunaki, the secrets of the Anunaki. And so that's what I would like to start off with. I was watching my brother Rich and you, and y'all was talking about the Anunnaki. So I have some questions about the Anunnaki.
Now, the difference between Sarnetta's shows is that Sarnetta will, in fact, question you, and he will call other people to examine information. That's what at least Sarnetta does on his shows, right? And then when he does that and he asks us the questions, then then allows us to come back and examine it and critique it. So shout out for Sarnetta for saying that.
That cool where we can start off with?
For sure. No.
I want everybody to know that the platform is open. Brother Rod requested that we would have it open for this is the time for y'all to come in, ask y'all questions, serious questions, not no joking, not no playing around, serious stuff. All right, serious questions. So I would like to start this thing off with let us start off with the Anunnaki Pantheon. Can you explain this to us, brother?
The Anunnaki pantheon consists of the father Anu. Anu have two wives. One of his wives is the mother to Enlil and Inanna. Another one of his wives is the mother to Enki, and then he got other concubines that have children, but the man is Anu, right? The Anunnaki are both matrilineal and patrilineal. It depends on which planetary system they operate on, whether they follow matrilineal or patrilineal, because they follow in the primary rulership gender of the planetary body that they inhabited.
Okay, so this would be something that we would like to prove, right? Having some relationship to the Anunnaki and planetary bodies. That's something that we would write down on a piece of paper, and we would come back and we would look for proof of this. Let's continue.
Right. So there's a lot of scientists in the Pantheon, or the ones that we came in contact with. There's a lot of military personnel that we came in contact with, and we call them stuff like the god of the development of genetic engineering, the god of...
So the scientists are God, or the ancient people or gods? I'm listening. I'm trying to figure out who are the gods and who came into contact with what.
Of implements of war and stuff like this, right? But it's just telling you more of what they do when they're not here. And the godship is really just the lineage from the people that amalgamated with them. That's why they say the godship was passed, or rulership was passed from having the earth by Anunnaki.
Now, is that in fact true? We know it's a Mesopotamian story, a Babylonian and Akkadian story. We know that, but does that apply to the rest of the humans and early humans? Those are these questions that I hear, because you're taking a Eurasian view of a mythology and you're applying it to real human beings. And so I have a problem with that, but I'm gonna continue listening.
That's the tablets that's telling that stuff, right? One of my worst things I like to talk about, but I have to talk about it because there's so many people in the research field, and that's anything that is dealing with outside of the earth. I don't like talking about aliens, extraterrestrials, extra-dimensional beings, because we don't focus enough on what's going on Earth and the stuff that's controllable. We want to take a big bite out of something we have no control over. So for a long time, I wouldn't even answer questions on nothing alien. But now we at a point where the Congress of the United States is admitting there's extraterrestrials in the ocean, extraterrestrials sending ships to the earth. They have the bodies of aliens or extraterrestrials. They call them biologics, meaning they got a body. Then they're given a whole disclosure in congressional hearings, and now it's like you can't evade the questions no more. You can't say, well, we need to worry about Earth now, because now whoever it is, whether they extraterrestrial, whether they extra dimensional, whether they live primarily under the water, whether they live in the Earth, wherever they from, whether they from a different timeline, whether they somebody from the future that had time travel, it's somebody here that ain't supposed to be here, or that.
Okay, so we do have inquiries going on, and I don't think that anything is actually set. And so to bring in all of these points to say that it's a fact is a problem in which in how we actually think. So there are inquiries. I don't doubt that. There are phenomena. I don't doubt that. There may be even crash sites. I don't doubt that. But the question is there is no final thought now, at least to the public. So we do have a situation going on in New Jersey, right, where you have UAPs. I do understand that there are many explanations, but we don't know if these UAPs are created by humans, humans in their military, that these are testing old capabilities and new capabilities. We don't have the evidence. And so what happens is lots of times when we don't have the evidence, then what we do is then we start to speculate, right? Now, that is my problem with speculation. Now, you can speculate in the scientific method, but you have to have some evidence that pushes it past and makes it plausible, right? So yes, but we've had military people talking about these phenomena, and I don't doubt that. But that none of that necessarily connects us to this conversation of light beings, Anunnaki, right? Uh, Atlanteans. None of that, what he's saying, directly connects up with his concept of these are energy beings. None of that, right? So let's continue. I'm just saying, I mean, he got you wide open. You know, why? Y'all know what the word wide open is, right? He's got your neurons firing. He's got a lot of things, but none of that has anything directly to do with the Mesopotamian belief of this word that we call, or this group that we call, this pantheon that we call Anunnaki, right? None of it. Let's go.
That wasn't always here. In the movement of governments, we had South Korea tried to establish a martial law, but it got turned over by the people and the elected officials that could override the mandate. Then you had France fail. Now you have one of them countries in the Middle East, I think it's Syria, is falling, right? This is just the beginning. All these governments have to go for the new system to take place. In this Anunnaki discussion is part of the discussion of what Christians call the return of the Christ, or what the Muslims call the coming Mahdi, what the Hindus call the return of Krishna. It's all the same thing, right?
Okay, so that's the trick. So you make all of what he said the same thing, right? This what cults believe, right? Cults. these doomsday cults. That has now something to do. That's a certain amount of truth that blends in, right? Now, even when they're not talking about the Anunnaki, that blends in, right? We have a lot of blending. And the problem with an undisciplined mind, right? I'm not talking about Rod Hayes. I'm just talking about how viewers take this, right? And this is why it's problematic. You begin to blend stuff in that that is not necessarily the topic. And I see a big dude in the chat, none other than my brother Uncle Keck. Big dude in the building right now, right? And he argues against this type of stuff all the time, right? I mean, he's been doing this for over, oh man, I can say now like 18 years. He has been one of the leaders in our community who have said, nope, stop, check, source, right? A disorganized truth, right? Gets lost to a very organized lie all the time. I mean, if you understood that, then you would understand how to impeach this information. So we got to get our truths organized. And if we don't do that, and that's something that he's made it into almost a rap, right? Something that you could remember, right? If you don't remember, if you don't understand that, you're going to always fall prey. So what he did is he's continuously doing a lot of blending. All right, let's go.
And we get these stories, but we don't know the source documents. While I was waiting to get on, somebody said something about me saying that the Old Testament was written first. I got that from Dr. Ben. When he said that the Dr. Ben said the Old Testament was written after the New Testament, and it wasn't no Hebrew before Christians.
Dr. Ben is a person that I actually knew, studied under, loved as an extended grandfather. Dr. Ben is not saying what my brother is saying directly, right? When you come to the writing of oral history, Dr. Ben sourced the time period in which these writings, when the Hebrew was converted into the Greek, right? Which we know as the Septuagint. So this is a time where the oral traditions and the thinking was written down for Philadelphia's Ptolemy, right? The tradition in the Near East is a very old tradition, but it is in fact built on syncretism, and it's built on stories. Not you can't prove any of this except for that people believed it and it's a tradition, but you can't prove any of it. But so it's interesting. I would have to check with him. Did it something he heard on a video, or did he talk to specifically Dr. Ben about? And that's one of the problems in this. People take things that they heard, or they think that they heard, and then they say authoritatively, this is what Dr. Joseph Ben Jochanan or Dr. Clark or Dr. Diop or any of the John Jackson or any of the, or even other scientists and other scholars. So we have to be careful about this kind of like playing to authority, right? But nevertheless, what he just talked about has nothing to do with the Anunnaki. Nothing.
I'm like, where's you getting it from? So, check out what the old man tell me and go look at where he said, look. Right? He ain't the only one I heard say it. I heard a couple of pale-faced scientists saying the same thing. right? We know.
Now, that's a big problem. You can't call Europeans pale-faced in a derogatory way when you use their information, right? So why do we do that? Why do we look at Zachariah Stitchin? Do you call him pale-face? David Icke, do you call him pale-face? Or some of the other authors that I will talk about, all of a sudden they're pale-face, right? That is a problem. And that leads to another problem where we can't trust scientists. But yet we live in a modern world where science now is a major part of our whole environment. You are watching YouTube that comes from science, right? When you write and now you don't type on a typewriter, that is an updated version of a written communication tool. You can't knock science and then say, oh, they're the pale face, right? And then use them in your own work. You can't do that. We're going to get you every time. So here we go.
Religion is a single idea of military conquest using the priest as the soft cell of the military strategy. They go in first. They go in before the foot soldiers.
Okay, so scientists go in before the foot soldiers. That's not true, right? That's not true. I mean, civilizations were conquered by early armies that didn't even know science, right? So I don't understand that. I'm just listening and reacting, and then I'm going to get to some other points. But I have a problem with that. That's untrue, simply untrue.
Why would you send the priests in before you send the foot soldiers? Right? So all of this stuff, what we're seeing going on, it's an inevitability that the old system fall because entropy has become so rampant that the decay of society is obvious to even narrow-minded individuals. They could see
the decay of a society is based on what? Are you dragging in some moral beliefs or something like that? What do you mean? Has society changed? How has society changed from the earlier civilizations? How has it? How has it? As I recall, the people in Mesopotamia, they had man wives, right? I know that the Greeks had man wives, right? So what do you mean? You know, they say the more things change, the more things remain the same. What are you saying about the decay of society? I have a problem with this type of reasoning. Okay.
that the society is decaying. They just don't think that we're going to ever do nothing about it. It's just going to continue to decay until we just live in raunchy on the streets.
What are we going to do about it? In order to do something about it, you can only do something about it with science, right? That's the only way that you can do something about it. And how can I say STEM, right? That's the only way that you could do something about it. Because if you use a God concept, that's problematic, right? We're not doing anything about it. Your God concept is doing it, or you're hiding behind your God, right? The society has to have a reason, and those reasons have something to do with science, right? And so this pitting science, scientists, experts against the pseudo information And making the fringe information win is problematic because the last time I checked, we don't have not one tool, not a daggone screwdriver, right? From any of these fringe thinkings. None of it works. None of it. Spirituality, it don't work. I know I lost everybody. Spirituality is your own charisma, your own thinking, right? Your own ideas, right? That belongs to an individual. Religion is when a leader comes and organizes these beliefs and people follow that, right? But your spirituality, I have not, listen, a screwdriver, right? A screwdriver is far more important than concepts of spirituality. Meaning, what I mean is that I respect a group of people's ideas about belief. I respect that they did it, right? I respect it. I study it. But when I also study it, I see other things happening that are physical and not spiritual, right? And spirituality did not save our people, one, from the transatlantic slave trade, nor if you are Apple, it did not save you if you thought that you were already here from the Europeans. All you can say is that, oh, they stole our information, right? We had all of this. We can't find archaeology, but they stole it and they use it, right? But your spirituality did not save you from these apocalypses that happen to our people. Let's go.
You know, every day people doing savage stuff to each other. That's not the case, right? It's a structure to the natural order of things. And all we trying to do is get back to natural order. And the interference.
We're trying to get back to natural order, but we use YouTube and we use modern science, and we're trying to get back to the natural order of things. Is that true? No.
According to the written record, comes from these beings we call Anunaki, who had a sibling rivalry gender war that was the war in heaven that landed on earth.
He said that as if this was a true fact, that it was absolutely true, that the art, the archaeology, right, the anthropology that was on the continent of Africa and in other places before the Anunnaki, because his world is starting with the Anunnaki, don't exist, right? These are problems that we have. So we listen to him to see if he is going to help solve those problems that he is talking about. But he's starting at a period where the Anunnaki, Babylonian and Akkadian beliefs, the Epic of Gilgamesh, he's starting there as if these were the first people. That's a major problem. So he's turned back the clock of humanity just to look at some thoughts of a group of people out of Africa. Why do we do that? Let's go.
You on mute?
Yeah, let me ask you this question. Because I was always wondering, are the Anunnakis real, or is this just another myth?
Now that's my brother Sanetta, right? He has a question. He said, yeah, I heard all of that, but are they real? But are they real, right? Or is it just a myth? Now let's see what our good brother Rahe says.
Anunnakis real people?
Well, I read them as energy personally.
Brother Ankh, brother Harris Duncan, brother La, right? There we go. Now, brother Ben Nasut, now we have it. He asked them, are they real? And you got to give it to how Brother Rod Hayes spins this. Now we get to the point of read them as energy. Oh my. Okay. So they are this is a mythology. So you're asking us, and it's everyone knows it's a mythology, right? Now, but don't read them as a mythology, read them as energy. Here we go. Let's go.
Okay.
Right, because anything that if I can't walk up to a dude and say, "Hey, my name Rod, I'm from Earth," and he like, "I'm Zutu Azu from Nibiru," I can't say for sure because everything that we argue in most of our debates is speculative. We wasn't there.
No, but we have technology to show that there is no Nibiru in our solar system. There's no Nibiru here in this solar system. We do have that, right? So not everything is speculative. We don't have to be here, but we do have tools to show something like some wild concept of Nibiru is not in our solar system, right? We're gonna get to some more of this.
We wasn't there. We didn't. Ain't nobody living right now that's supposed to walk with somebody they call Jesus. We wasn't there.
Now we're talking about Jesus, right? So no, we were not there. However, there are tools, there are sources, right? Whether or not you agree or disagree, what we would do is we would look at the textual corpus, right, to find objective sources to prove whether someone existed or not, or someone like a person existed or not, right? Not weighing on the fact of this particular individual that they call Jesus, right? And his miracles and his prophecies, that only the Bible proves that those things happen. But outside of the Bible, we have no proof. And we would apply these types of concepts to everything that we do. Otherwise, you're using a source, right? And I was listening to Ank's show the other day. It was really interesting. I think it was Ankh. I'm pretty sure it was Ankh. Ankh said, how come when it comes to Sumerian and all these other cultures, even Kemet, they use the word myth. But when it comes to the Bible, the word myth disappears. That's disingenuous, as if there are no nibs in the Bible, right? As if Paul didn't see a vision of Christ and through that vision, right, then he comes up with all of these other concepts, but he never, like Morpheus says, he was never a follower. As a matter of fact, he persecuted followers. He was not there at the crucifixion, right? He was not there at the resurrection. No, he wasn't, right? He was not there during his childhood, right? No, he wasn't, right? But from other gospel writers, they get these things from what they say eyewitnesses, but they don't name the eyewitnesses. And these miracles, well, man, if Jesus resurrected me or resurrected a person, I would expect that person to be talking about it, right? Not other people talking about it. I would expect that the families, but there are no families, there are no witnesses. All those real people disappear. But the writer's story remains. We have a problem in the way that we think and we're going to have to fix this. But let's continue.
Any account we have is a secondhand story, even if it's the onlooker. He's second person perspective, looking at the first person reality unfold before.
So then why do we believe the stories? Good brother, why do we believe the stories if they're secondhand? You just discredited any argument that you may have, right? Because if that's all that we have, then it is speculative. Let's continue.
Order. So I read it all as an energy.
Okay, so now he reads it all as energy.
I don't read none of it in history as an actual fact. I just read it as an energy signature, and all energy signatures belong somewhere. They got something to do.
Okay, let me ask you, my brother Rod. Is the Zechariah extension the most reliable source we can get when it comes to the Anunnaki?
The most reliable source is to use the online codex to get and use that as a translator tool and do it yourself. That's the most reliable source.
You know, why do we use the mythology, right? That says something different than the codexes. Why do we use those stories? Okay.
But like I say, all this stuff is energies.
Oh.
Anything that's outside of your current reality is a signature of a historical.
A book, a primary source, archaeology, anthropology, a plane ride to a location, writing, books are not energy.
Energy. Some energies is more powerful than others, right? But we don't look at stuff like energies because we taught everything as in nouns, person, places, or things, right? But if you read it as an energy, all of the energy is going to tell you a different story than person, place, or thing tell you.
Or you saying read it just as an idea, right? Because energy is not, energy can have physical properties, but not the physical properties that you are talking about. You're talking about light beings, Anunaki, right? Atlanteans. You're talking about gods, right? No. Energy can be converted into different types of energy, like heat, right? Radiation. And then with those type of things, we can build tools, But the energy that you're talking about, the Anunnaki and human beings, that's something that this is the problem that we have. But let me continue. We're almost finished, right? I have a lot of problems, and I'm going to talk about a few of them.
It's more information in reading it as an energy than reading it as person, place, or thing noun format, which we trapped into that 3D person, place, or thing paradigm because we need something based on our reality that we can perceive as tangible.
That's why some of the ancients were way smarter than us, right? Now, we live in societies where any idea that comes into your mind, you can turn on it, you can click on YouTube and say it and make a lot of money, right? Because you're charismatic, right? But when you break it all down, or when you watch something like Huff and Billy Carson, where they both fell apart, right? Where they actually both fell apart. I'm going to do a video on what Huff said that is going to surprise you, right? Then we find out that, it's marketing. It's just viewership. It's influencers. It's making money. It's a battle of influencers rather than the truth, right? Rather than truth. Huff is so concerned that Billy Carson is talking about what I believe is Huff's religion about Christianity, without ever proving that there was a Jesus that was crucified, right? So why be so upset Well, you can get him if Billy cites a document that it's not in, but you don't win your case. And I hate to say it to our people. Jesus has nothing to do with us directly. That hero, possibly in the historical record, right, of those people in the Levant has nothing to do with us directly. And Jesus did not save us from the slave ship. Nor if you are here in America and you believe without looking at your whole family history, not just your big mama, right, but your big daddy, right? Because you want to leave out your big daddies for your big mamas, and you don't know that you have 2 parents, 4 grandparents, 8 great grandparents, 16 great great grandparents. You want to select who you want to select because you have a belief that you want to prove, and you haven't done your own family history. But even if you did your own family history, right, it will not connect up to those people living in the Levant. It won't. What it will connect up to is how our people were conquered and human trafficked to the Americas, and these religions was forced on us to be passive. But you don't want to deal with that. You want to continue to lie to our people to make our people believe that we were something else based on your book. So in my thinking, it's these logic concepts that we actually have to deal with. And it's not energy, it's false writing, false stories, right? That is what we have to deal with. But we're dealing with Rod Hayes and our good brother Rod Hayes.
We can like, okay, I can go put my hands on so and so. I know where he at. But if we don't exist no more, everything he did, he left what's called an energy signature, a trace behind him that he was here.
No. If if he was here, there would be a name, there would be a birth certificate, right? There might be an incident report, there might be some educational record, there may be a gravestone, right? There may be great things that he did that other people talked about it. I'm sorry, that's not energy.
And that's why they say you died 2 times in ancient Egypt. You died the first time when you physically died, and the last time your name is spoken. That means your energy don't exist no more. If your name stopped being spoken, your energy not here no more.
Okay. When it comes to ancient Egypt, and I think that sometimes people need to stay out of ancient Egypt. Please stay out of ancient Egypt. You can get that from a saying, right? But the fact of the matter is, if there is an archaeological record, right? If you did something great, then in those time periods you will continue. Now, if you are a commoner, you may not necessarily be remembered, but the greatness of that civilization in Africa is that they did great recordings of human beings. They had biographies, right? Even on the linen of their mummification, right? Or the linen on their shrouds, there's usually some identification, right? So now the question of you dying twice, that's a saying. What we care about is there archaeological record. Let's continue.
As long as they speak your name in reverence and honor, it keeps your energy alive longer and longer and longer.
Yes, and it also keeps MIBs stay alive longer and longer, right? than sometimes actual facts, because people are forced to believe it or fed to them as a child.
Okay, when we talk about the Anunnaki, is this the same, maybe talked about different when it comes to the Bible? Because the Bible also talks about giants. So is this the same thing that the Bible's talking about? They just call it the Anunnaki. Talk to us, how do the ancient Egyptians and the Sumerian stories about the Anunnaki relate to each other, Brother Rod? How do they relate to each other?
We talking Puerto Rican and Mexican.
Okay.
Puerto Rican and Mexican is the metaphor or that you are going to talk about with the civilization called ancient Egypt and Sumeria, right? Are we talking about the mythologies, or are we talking about people? There's a common thread between Mexicans and Puerto Ricans in the sense that there was the conquest of the Americas by Europeans. So the root of, I'm not talking about the indigenous populations of South America. I'm talking about when we think of Mexicans, we are thinking of those groups of people that came in contact with the Europeans. When we think of Puerto Ricans, we're thinking of those groups of people that came in contact with the Europeans, right? And when those groups of people came in contact with the Europeans, different Europeans, right? Then there is a transference of language, speech, cultures from the conqueror. The Sumerians and the Egyptians, or so-called Egyptians, those are isolate civilizations. The Sumerians and the Egyptians, isolate civilizations that pretty much never met.
We're talking two different groups of people that both have some commonalities to them. When you go to the Emerald Tablets
now we get the Emerald Tablets as to do what? The people in ancient Egypt don't talk about the Emerald Tablets, and the Emerald Tablets show me the Emerald Tablets and translate it. Now we go there.
Moody, right? He said he was told by.
Now we bring in Tahuti into the Emerald Tablets, right? Show me the Emerald Tablets in the civilization that we call Nile Valley that says anything that the Emerald Tablets is purported to say.
His father to take his ship, lift up from the earth, and go west and settle in the land of Kemp, right? And when you look at what's going on at the time, this is the same time that there's conflict between what they call the Earthborn and the.
So now we leave the ancient Egyptians and the Sumerians, and now we go in contact with the Earthborn and the Sky people.
The ones they call the Igigi, right? This is what they called it, a workers' rebellion. Right. So when he go over there, he say he raised up his staff and humbled the hairy barbarian of Kim and compelled them to submit to his authority. Right.
Okay. He would have to bring up the Emerald Tablets to show any of this, right? And he would have to bring that up. But we'll just listen to him.
Now, we don't know, like, for instance, when you go to Khan Master Musa and his brother Abu Bakr.
Whole different time period. and he's going to make an example in a whole different time period, thousands of years later.
Kari, right? And when Kari came over here, he had a staff of rulership.
Where is there any archaeology that he came over here with a staff of rulership? And what does a staff of rulership mean? As if the indigenous people didn't have totems and bows and stabs, right? As if, so he comes over here with his staff, and his staff is more important. That sounds biblical.
We tend to think that he used energy when he could have just been using a rulership staff they're familiar with.
So you have to prove that he made it here. You have to prove where he made it to. For the most part, anyone traveling from Africa successfully would hit the Caribbean first, primarily places like Barbados, or if he was traveling by the currents, you would before you would hit the Caribbean just because of the currents, right? But maybe he had some other propulsion system. But let's just finish this.
Right. That's just a side note. But the my perception is the Kim that was set up, Egypt that was set up in what we call Egypt today, it was a duplicate of what was in Arizona.
So now we go from Mansa Musa, and we go all the way back to another period, right? And he's saying that based on what? That the civilization in what was in the Grand Canyon was a duplicate of what was in the Nile Valley, based on what?
Long before, during the time of Atlantis.
Now we got a time period, the time period of Atlantis. When is that time period? Because it seems that the time period of Atlantis was not at the time period of ancient Egypt, for the ancient Egyptians would have talked about them. But let's continue.
And I believe that Tahuti was sent over there to watch the Anunaki because they...
Okay, so Tahuti was sent over there. Tahuti is, a Netcher in the Nile Valley concept. And so now you're creating a whole nother mythology that he was sent over to the Americas. Okay, let's continue.
Was violating galactic law.
Now it's galactic war. Now either they're gods, or they're physical and it's galactic war, right? Okay, let's go.
In their laboratories and in their experiments.
Okay, so gods have laboratories and they experiment. Let's continue.
So what I want to say is in the wake of what...
Okay, did it finish? I think it finished. Let me just check. Let's see.
And I believe that Tahuti was sent over there to watch the Anunnaki because they was violating galactic law.
They were violating galactic law. What is the galactic law?
In their laboratories.
In their laboratories.
In their experiments.
In their experiments. Okay, so that was it. Okay, so let's bring this down. And I want to bring another. See, I still like Rahes. I mean, he actually has a kind of a great mind. I mean, how can I say? He can move, he can spin all these type of things, and he can make it sound convincing and stuff like that. He'd be a great fiction writer. He'd be a great fiction writer. So let me go bring in something else. So let me go bring in one of our favorites now. Okay. Disclaimer. I need to. Where is the disclaimer ticket? Because this guy now seems to want to sue people for putting up stuff. Let me just see. Here it goes. Yeah. So now what pseudos do is now they want to sue people for using their likeness and their content. So they put this up for public consumption on the internet. So that is now some pseudos have a power that they can send you a cease and desist that really has no weight. And this person obviously put this up for public consumption. I'm not gonna play all of it, but this is recent. So let's see what the time period of this before I talk. Right. So this was 22 hours ago. Billy Carson, energy, hologram, and astral projection is real. Question mark. Okay, so let's blow it up. Tell me if you can hear it. Let's just check something here.
Besides that, because I know
Okay. Did y'all hear that? So I can continue to play? Did y'all hear that? Did y'all hear that? My brother Morpheus, what you saying? What kind of ancient star war, close encounters, myths mixing, planet risk, stitching, S is this? Well, that's a lot of concepts, brother Morpheus. Can you hear it? Can you hear this?
I mean, not that I'm worried about what people think, but I've talked about some of this stuff just sparingly in a couple of clips here and there.
You're hearing that? Press 1 if you can hear it. I'm gonna try to turn it up. Did y'all hear that? Press 1 or 2. Press 1. Okay, great. So let's listen to the master teacher, the dethroned master teacher, 22 hours ago. Okay, let's start this.
Is these techniques that are real and really work and have been applied in real laboratories. And I have to emphasize that because I know, I mean, not that I'm worried about what people think, but I've talked about some of this stuff just sparingly in a couple of clips here and there. And sometimes I look at the comments and I just go, man, these people have no idea what's really going on out here. So you can't really, you know, it's hard to bring a lot of information to a 1-minute reel on social media. So I'm showing you now, you see the evidence, the mainstream laboratory articles, written evidence that this technique actually exists, okay? Now, what's interesting is we're walking around and we're claiming that we have no power. We're walking around worried that we're not manifesting. We're walking around.
Family, listen to this. Listen to this. Just listen to it. Just walking around stuff.
Now, what's interesting is we're walking around and we're claiming that we have no power. We're walking around worried that we're not manifesting. We're walking around worried that we have no ability to create the reality that we want.
Okay. This sounds depressing. It sounds like the need for medication. It sounds like putting our people and other people in despair. So what's the solution, Mr. Carson?
Meanwhile, in laboratories, they got people remote controlling other people.
We're walking around without any power. But meanwhile, he uses we a lot. There are people in laboratories controlling other people. Are y'all listening to this?
They have, the CIA has, a project for the hemisync because they want to know how they can tap into realities and create and manifest what they want, the outcomes they want. How can they even utilize that to remote control a person, like in the MK Ultra, which they've done. We know that because of the MK Ultra trials, right? So, and if that's the case, why aren't we utilizing these same techniques that already exist in our lives?
Why aren't we utilizing what techniques that exist in our lives, Mr. Carson? Right? Mr. Carson, one thing about him, he's going to tell us why. So these trials seem to be these MK Ultra, Manchurian trials, CIA. They have their subjects, if this is even allegedly, right? There's heavy hypnosis. There's the best hypnosis doctors. There is chemicals that are used and monitored and measured, right? There's the usage of pain. Allegedly, these all things happen. But Mr. Carson says it's a natural process. So let's listen to the natural process. Let's listen to this. So he's using CIA, right? Okay, let's get to the natural process.
MK Ultra, which they've done. We know that because of the MK Ultra trials, right? So, and if that's the case, why aren't we utilizing these same techniques that already exist in our lives, knowing and seeing how powerful they actually are?
Okay, are we able to see how powerful they are? Let's continue.
We're thinking, I'm not in a laboratory. I don't have a doctor. There's nothing over my motor cortex, or there's no EEG cap on my head. You don't need it. You see, in a laboratory setting, that's used to create a rudimentary type of a technocratic type of a experiment.
Technocratic type of experiment?
We already have these gifts.
Okay, so now they're gifts. What gives, Mr. Carson? I'm looking right at you, Mr. Carson. What gifts do we have?
Without the technology, we're just not tapping into them and utilizing them. First of all, most of us didn't even know they existed. It seems like science fiction, or I got to be a psychic. All a psychic is, a real psychic, not the fake ones, but all a real psychic is somebody that's intuitive.
Not the fake one. Okay, so there's a lot of real and fake going on here, right? More fake than real, but go ahead.
To their own natural ability that everyone actually has. They're reading information from light waves cast from the other person's mind.
That's how we are communicating, through light waves from the other person's mind. Wait, let me just check. Press 1 if you've agreed with both Ron Hayes and Billy Carson, right? Press 1 if you understand and you believe what they're saying. Press 1. Press 1 if you believe it. Press 2 if this is just crazy. One, if you believe. 2, if this is just what you've just heard is just crazy. Professor X believes it. I appreciate you being honest. My brother Born Dog, thank you. What's 313 says you communicate on YouTube through light, right? Let's read this stuff. and energy from sound waves, there are thought waves or thought forms, but also carry on. Okay. Okay. Let's just listen to this. I mean, let me just check how many views he has. I'm not pocket watching or hating, but let me just watch this. So he has 22 hours ago, he has 20,000 views 22 hours ago, and he has 1 million plus subscribers. Okay. 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 I'm not pocket watching. I'm concerned. But let's listen to this stuff. I want to hear this out.
To their own natural ability that everyone actually has. They're reading information from light waves cast from the other person's mind. Like I always say, when you think, every thought is leaving your skull. Why does that EEG cap collect information from the guy looking at the computer screen about the video game? Because his thoughts are leaving his mind. They're leaving his skull and going into a device called an EEG. That device is capturing those waves of light with the command code embedded into the actual light wave. It's a light wave that we can't see because humans can only see 1% of the light spectrum. Actually, we can see less than that, but it's encoded in that light wave. That light wave is sent into a computer. And then it's transferred via the internet on fiber optic cables at the speed of light into the other person's mind who's wearing a device over the motor cortex.
Interesting. Thought actually, your neural abilities are actually faster than the speed of light, and the brain itself is a very complex instrument, proving that what thoughts can be passed through from one human to another person. I'm sure that there are clinical trials. I am sure, but again, he's talking about some type of laboratory hookup. But he believes, if you listen to his early part, that these type of that you could just think a thought and you could transfer that thought to another person. They'll know exactly what you're thinking of. And this is some kind of like forbidden knowledge, some forbidden ability. But let's continue.
Now, I will tell you that if we all tap into our true power, we would be able.
So is he going to teach it? Are you going to pay for it? Is he going to teach it? Does he know how to do it? All right, so let me give you an example of how this did not work in real time. So family, he had a conversation with Huff, a debate. Now, I'm not saying that Huff was completely right? But it showed that Mr. Billy Carson was not able to tap into Huff's mind. I can tell you one thing, Mr. Huff tapped into Billy's mind when he chin checked him on something that Billy had been saying over and over again. And at the end result, it was about sourcing. So Billy Carson's mind was saying that his evidence is in some Sinaitic Bible, right? Which didn't exist. He had been saying it over and over again, and he's a world's foremost expert. So it has something to do with Billy's mind. Now, if Billy had these abilities, he should have been able to go through the internet, the light waves, right? And see what was on Huff's mind. But it failed for Billy. Now, if it failed for Billy and it might be a career-ending moment, how would you expect me to believe you, Mr. Carson, when I know that it really comes down to examining the text, recording it, studying it, putting in some type of analysis that you can make while you can source. But what I found is that he chin checked you because you used the wrong source and then you switched up live. That had something to do with your physical. And it wasn't kind of like an ambush because you have been saying it all over many videos, which people have shown. So Billy, it didn't work for you. You was hooked up to the internet. You had headphones on. You had waves. All the stuff that you're talking about, light, waves, speed of light. Mr. Carson, it did not work for you. Now, still, are you going to teach stuff that did not work for you? Let's continue. Professor X says it doesn't work like that. Professor X, tell us how it works.
Able to do that without having those technical devices attached.
Mr. Carson said that you can do it without having those technical devices attached. So how does it? So Professor X, he's saying it does work like that.
That's how powerful the mind is. And to prove that, all you have to do is look at the experiment they did where they took a monkey and they broke his spine, unfortunately. This is the type of experiment I wouldn't approve doing, but they did it. They snapped his spine, and what they did was they put a neural receiver on the beneath the broken.
Yeah, but he just got saying that you could do it naturally. Now he's talking about devices again.
Part of the spinal column that connected to the legs. And then they put a device on the monkey's head. So every time the monkey thought about walking, it took the signal or the light waves with the encoded information, the command code, and transmitted it wirelessly to the receiver at the base of the spine where beneath the break.
But Billy, in your debate, it was simply about reading text and sources. Billy, that's not how it works, right? You're talking about impulses. You're talking about to your motor sensories, right? You're talking about reflexes. But Billy, the problem was in the debate, Billy, it was simply about hard work and sources. Now, I got it. You wasn't feeling well. I got it. You almost died 2 days ago. You wasn't coughing. You did a miraculous recovery if you almost died 2 days ago. Miraculous. But it doesn't work like that. But you're trying to tell us it works like that. Okay, go ahead.
And it told the legs to move, and the leg walked. Okay?
The legs walked? He don't have any legs. So what are you talking about? They built a device for the monkey?
This is how powerful we are.
That's how, because of experiment on monkey, now it's how powerful we are. Let's continue.
We have the ability to send information into space-time with command codes on it. I wonder if I still have that video in here. Let me just see if I have that video.
Okay. How much more of this do I have to listen to? So here an animal is walking after paralysis, hooked up, that's fine. With devices, we're doing experimentation, that's fine. But you said that we can do it without devices, Billy. So, I see you with your hand on your head. So, whoa, let's go. What you talking about, Billy? Let's go.
That we are transmitting command codes. We're transmitting command codes.
Transmitting BS. That's what you are transmitting.
24/7, even in our sleep. They have a machine now in Japan. Well, it didn't just happen just now, but
What else is this? So I'm just get on and summarize what I
Okay.
want to say about this stuff.
You know, and so this machine, this tech
Okay, we got machines. I got.
or data.
How do we do it?
But the fact of what I'm trying to beat into your head is we are transmitting this information. So
there it goes. This is the tell right here. Listen to this.
they can do pre-crime in the future where they can tell if you're going to commit a crime before you commit a crime.
Okay, so let me listen to this dumb stuff that he just said now.
Minority Report actually exists. This technology exists now, the same from that movie.
There was a case that was recently done where a few plaintiffs settled their case against a county for using some predictive analysis on whether or not these people were going to do a crime. And so when a crime happened, the police immediately went to the people's house that they thought was going to do the crime and arrested them, right? Let me see if I can find it for you. And guess what? They were told by the courts, never, ever, ever, ever use the BS again. So, Billy, you're a little late about that. You're a little late. So let's see if I can, bring this up. And now you're a little late on current news, Billy. So let's bring this.
There's a crime in progress in seconds.
Okay, so let's bring this up and tell me if you can hear it. So let's go. So here we go. Thank you, Morpheus, in real time, right? Can you hear the volume? Let me bring this up. Hi.
Count police are minutes away. And
Okay, did y'all hear that? Press 1 if you heard it. Press 1 if you hear that. Press 1.
Police are minutes away.
Did y'all hear that? Did you hear where it says, okay, great. So let's listen to Mr. Billy. Billy says it's possible, right? The news says it don't work.
Let's count police are minutes.
Okay. Here.
There's a crime in progress. In words, police don't solve crimes. A crime has actually been committed. So what is the answer from local police departments? Hey, let's tap into technology, create an algorithm that creates a scenario where we can predict crime before it happens. Then we can actually do our jobs. And that's what's called predictive policing, which is absolutely ridiculous. And
okay, Billy, it's absolutely ridiculous. In real time.
As we get into this story, I just want to remind everybody beings, not
okay.
Or they're guessing where crime.
Wait till it stops buffering.
The Pasco County Sheriff's Department.
In so many words, an admission that this program never should have been implemented, and it is a guarantee.
For some reason, I got a lot of stuff open.
Program never should have been implemented, and it is a guarantee that this program will never be implemented again.
Good night, Pasco County Sheriff's Office.
Stops buffering.
Was Sheriff Chris Nako's agency face litigation in which critics accuse it of discrimination and harassment. Investigative reporter Brittany Muller joins us now live. That litigation ended.
Keep that, at least this brief.
The ongoing legal battle ended this morning when the Pasco County Sheriff's Office reached a settlement. The plaintiff's attorneys claim the settlement is an wrong. The office says it's strictly a financial decision. It was best for the taxpayers who fund its operations.
They're not just arresting.
Harassed and ultimately arrested after the Pasco County Sheriff's Office predicted the agency's predictive.
Thank you, Mr. Morpheus, for this. Billy, you are outdated. You're a little late. You was actually trying to tell us that this thing works. The reason why it was called, the movie was called The Minority Report, because it was talking about predicting what our people would do, allegedly. That's my opinion. Okay, let's get back to you, Mr. Carson. Right? Oh, I forgot this. Hey, listen, if you're enjoying this program so far, I have a part that I really want to go over with some information to help us see this stuff coming and source some things that wasn't sourced. If during this holiday season that you have anything left over, please support Brother Reggie. And there is my Cash App. So if you have anything left over, if you have something, if you think this is valuable, what I am trying to do about analyzing, and again, I'm more polite to Brother Rod Hayes. I'm just looking at his ideas, and I'm going to show you why I disagree with 90% of it, except for using the terms Anunaki, because that's a real term. I don't know about the translation being correct, but it's these things are the names are real. The information I don't agree with. So again, if you have any, if you like the program, if you think this is what we are supposed to do with information, not energy, that we're supposed to go through it, right? And we are supposed to be smart about how we do it. Support your brother Reggie. Buy me lunch tomorrow. I appreciate it. And then later, if some people believe that all of this stuff is true and it works, yeah, come on in. All right. So let's just finish with Mr. Carson, right? You're still at it again. You're still at it.
They can do pre-crime in the future, where they can tell if you're going to commit a crime before you commit a crime, and then come arrest you. But the fact, what I'm trying to beat into your head is, we are transmitting this information. So,
okay, so he's trying to beat it into our heads. No, please don't beat anything in my head, Mr. Carson.
Where they can tell if you're going to commit a crime before you commit a crime, and then come arrest you. But the fact,
Mr. Carson, look at me. I'm looking at you. It doesn't work.
What I'm trying to beat into your head is, we are transmitting this information. So what does that mean, that we're transmitting this information? We're transmitting to the universe.
Okay, you did a whole thing about connecting up with wires, transmitting. Now we are transmitting it to the universe as if the universe can hear, right? We're transmitting it to light beings, energy, Anunaki. See, this is where all of this stuff goes. And you know who I blame? I blame these channels that like people like Mr. Carson and others, who put them up for clicks and giggles and for their own pockets, hurting our young people. And then, well, Mr. Carson may take an L. You don't take an L for all of those shows that are up on these channels, right? Fooling our people, right? You don't, you act as if, you act as if these things, you were not responsible. Now, Dame Dash, now he took down the videos of Billy Carson real quick. He don't want to, I guess, he's tired of being in courts. My brother Dame Dash, I like Dame Dash, right? I really like Dame Dash. I think that he was a real talented businessman at one point, and I think something, how can I say, it's the hood games and the business games, and he took the L on that. But Dame Dash, I respect Dame Dash, but Dame Dash trying to build himself up, has this podcast, and he put Mr. Carson on. Now Dame Dash, unlike the other people, are taking down Billy Carson's videos. The other ones, they are benefiting from the views when people type Mr. Billy Carson, right? They still, and hang on enough on their site, they still get paid for it. They are the non-responsible ones. They're not the ones who's putting up disclaimers. They're not the ones who's saying, sorry to our populations, we're sorry. These things that he said was his personal opinion, and it's for entertainment purposes only. They still have it up, but let's go.
24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We just happen to develop some technological pieces that can capture what we are already.
No, sir. There's no we. It's the people in technology, it's the scientists, it's the people that got real degrees, the people that are in engineering, right? Those that are physics, chemistry, biology, right? Mathematics. No, Billy, it's those people. You are not of those people, right? If you have a Harvard certificate, fine, you have a Harvard certificate, but you are not an engineer, right? You're not an engineer. I don't care how you sound authoritative. You are not an engineer. You're gonna have to tell me and show me your bachelor's degree and anything after that, Mr. Carson. You are not those people. Stop saying we.
Transmitting, it's already going out.
This is what the perfect gift for a man looks like. So my wife.
Okay, let's finish playing this. So that's how he gets you. We. No, not we, and not you. They.
And put it into a machine so we can analyze it. Take away the machine, it doesn't stop the fact that we are transmitting. You are transmitting all the time. What?
Okay, the mind is doing what the mind does all the time, but without the technology, the mind can't. But you are using the technology to transmit BS. All right. So,
what are you transmitting to the code?
Your command codes. Okay, great. What else does he have to say? And then I'm going to do the last part of it. Okay.
The same codes that run your internet.
Billy is sending out his command codes to have my computer buffer. So let me stop this, and let me read the comments before I actually do the rest of it. So let me just, okay, let me just read the, So let me see what the people are saying. Kim says that steak looks so good. See, that's a beautiful statement, Kim. You said something about the commercial, right? That looked good, but the steak was obviously better than what Billy was talking about, right? Let's see what's going on. Let me put your comments up, and let's put your comments up. I want to see what people are saying. Uh, let's see. Sorry, I'm freezing. Okay, my girl, Sakina Ra. Peace to you. Yep, Minority Report. Professor X, you can smell it. Professor X. My brother, Mr. Morpheus. Demonstration defeats conversation in my book every time. This technology we have is decades, if not centuries, behind what these elites have. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, let's see. Interesting. But yet they showed not one of so-called black people. Now the pseudos, unless you give us source or peer-reviewed information. Thank you, 313. That's what it all is about, Cash App. Don't be mad if I ask for support, because I'm going to ask for support, because y'all already bought that stuff. So I'm trying to help our people out of the madness. And I don't get a lot of cash apps. I don't do trips to Egypt charging you $10,000. So don't be mad at me, right? When I get a ask and I get a $5 or $10 cash app at best. So you can save that, right? If you was talking about me, right? But yes, it is about Cash App. I'm spending my energy, now I'm using the word energy, to roll back some BS with examples, with demonstration. Her wise, peace to you. How you doing? My brother, Amar Kalan El, you are disagreeable. Listen, I have a degree, I have work experience, I have enough test taking abilities to prove why I am disagreeable. Right? Thank you, Mr. Morpheus. Hey, Harris Duncan, thank you. Thank you all the time. Thank you so much. So let me see. Don't support state property. Let's see what the people are saying. Thank you again. The debater, my brother Mel, what is going on? That's right. And listen, brother the Mel Smith, the debater, he's a new one on the scene. Y'all gonna have to be very, very careful, you Bible believers, because Mel is qualified. Right? We're gonna get into, and I said I wasn't gonna do it, but I may have to do it. We got a show that's coming up with Morpheus, and he's gonna unpack Isaiah, right? We might bring on Mel to talk about whether or not Jesus's prophecies, any of them came true. Any of Jesus's prophecies, right? We may have to come on and deal with the Septuagint, right? And we might have to put on the screen Rabbi Singer, who is, Israelite, right? Someone who reads the book, who disagrees with the Black Hebrew Israelites, right? You're gonna have to bring on some of the things that he says. So you can't get arrested for thinking about breaking the law. No, you can't, because you could change your mind. You could change your mind, Sean. Don't sometimes you do something and and you decide not to do it, right? You don't break the law, right? Oh shoot, we got a big dude over here, Christopher Wizards. Peace to you. Now, there is going to be a Kimmett on trial. Sonetta is going to do another Kimmett on trial. And whatever y'all do, y'all need to contact Jonathan Owens or Christopher Wizards, right? Because all of these people talking about Kemet, right? Now there's Asan Ka, that's my good brother, and there's Brother Tahuti, that's my brother, and then Jabari, that's my brother. Everybody is qualified, but Christopher Wizards is probably a bit more qualified because all of us use Christopher Wizards to help us with grammar. Of course, there is Jenna Monk, right, from Dr. Ricketti's school, a beast, right, with the Meta Nature, right? He just doesn't debate, right? He just teaches. But Christopher Wizards might be very useful because when it comes to the African of the Nile Valley, he and she have a writing script. And we know based on their writing script what they said. It gives us a peek into their thinking. So we like to talk about things like, oh, Egypt means the black land, but we will rely on people like Jonathan Owens and Christopher Wizards and myself and others, and Asar and Jedamonk, right, to show in the text whether they talk about a black mud god, right? And if they say that they do, we will examine the text. So shout out for Christopher Wizards for coming on. Can't even say the word. I don't know why you are on me, Amar. I write better than I speak. Do you write? Have you written anything? Are you in history? I just wonder. So you like articulate, charismatic people who may be able to articulate words better than me, but you swallow up their ideas and you'll have no critical analysis on impeaching it. Otherwise, you would not be championing anything that Billy said. Rod, again, I'm not gonna be as hard on Rod because he does. I've spoken to him a couple of times. He's willing to listen. Sometimes willing to be corrected, right? I can deal with that, right? But people like you, my problem is, it seems to me that you are a fan, and that's the problem, right? Fanatics, same word, right? It seems to me that you will accept subjects that have no proof about it. Okay, so what you still talking? The feminine man. What are you talking about? What do you now? Who are you talking about? Please explain to me that point about the feminine man. Please explain to me that point. Right? See, I know because I just know that you're not talking about me. I just know you're not talking about me, right? So, see, that's where. Okay, thank you, my good brother. Thank you. So for that, I'm gonna be off of you. I'm not gonna say. I'm just gonna leave you out of comments. What? What? Okay. I'm gonna leave you out of the comments. If you was not talking about me, I won't talk about you. Lex made the champ on his show. He said they all run from me. Just want to put up your comments because I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Morpheus, we who? Yeah. At some point, we're going to have to deal with this mothership stuff. We are going to have to deal with the mothership. It's a claim. It's a belief. Right? We're going to have to deal with it. I don't care who said it. I don't care. I don't care how old it is. Right? I don't care. I want to see if it's true. If you can't prove this true, I can support the fact that you said it, but I can't say or respect that it's true. I don't care who you are. I don't care who you follow, right? Concepts like the mothership, if you can't prove it, you just say you can't prove it. Just say it's your belief. Just say it's your belief. I'll respect that, right? But don't try to convince me when you can't prove it. What's this? Bring me on, Reg. Is because I am a woman. Professor X, what are you talking about? I bring everybody on, right? What do you? I bring everybody on. What are you talking about? But you don't. Do you have a YouTube video? If you could go on Sanetta's show with a show, that's fine. But what's Morpheus saying? But yeah, can you commit a sin just by thinking of it? Oh boy. All right. So if you could commit a sin just by thinking of it, right? Then surely you have no paradise. Okay. Just give me a second. 1 second. Okay, so I am almost finished with this. I just want to put your comments up. Almost finished, and then I can go through these points. Thank you. Just checking. That's right, do our own research. Mika, how you doing? Peace to you, sis. My brother Max Bird, what's going on? What's going on, good brother? Thank you, Max Bird, my brother. Miss Chelozo, peace to you. Okay. All right, so I think I'm almost finished. I'm just going to run down the rest of the, because I appreciate everybody. Professor X, you can always come on Sanetta's show or my show or anything like that when we open up the lines. That's not a problem. Okay. All right. So I think this is the last one. All right. So let me get to this. So I'm going to take off the disclaimer. Take off the ticker. Hide it. Great. And let's go through this. Okay. So this is my review. And criticism of Rod Hayes, a talk on Black News 102. Before I review his concepts, I just want to say that Ron Hayes has an amazing mind. He can talk for hours and informs people of his thoughts. He retains lots of information that he believes and has the cognitive ability to wield it to make his points, whether I agree with it or not. In the wake of Billy Carson's downfall, Sarnetta warned him, that's Brother Hayes, that information from our people will be critiqued more harshly. This is true for David Icke and Zachariah Stitchem, were never criticized like our people will be criticized. With that said, Brother Hayes' thoughts are his personal thoughts, even though he borrows from authors of pseudo-metaphysical and fringe scholars. So the point is that a lot of Mr. Hayes' comments or thinking is based on other groups of people. How he wills it, that's another story. That's his gift. But the basis of the concepts that he's talking about comes from other people. I do not agree with Brother Hayes' concept of energy and light beings, and I do not have to go further with anything else he says. Brother Hayes has points, but no methodology and no way to prove anything he says. I find that the pseudos in our community need Ron Hayes, in order to hide their own fringe theories, right? That's important. They need people like Brother Hayes. They need the support so that they can hide their own fringe theories. So let's listen to him, and I'll make some minor points as it goes along, right? So we listen to him, and here are my points. Debunking the concept of light beings and Anunnaki through abiogenesis and evolution. That's my title. The concept of light beings or the Anunnaki as energy entities fails to align with scientific principles, particularly when examined through the framework of abiogenesis and biological evolution. These pseudoscientific ideas lack explanatory mechanisms for their origins, evolution, and interactions with humans or animals, and instead resemble angelic or spiritual concepts. So below is a detailed debunking of these claims using established scientific principles. So what I'm trying to say is that when you're dealing with concepts like the light beings, there has to be origin, right? There has to be some evolution. How did they occur, right? Connecting them up, light beings and Anunnaki. How, in fact, what is your explanation mechanism for connecting those two things up? How do you get light beings to interface with the Anunnaki? How does that happen if you believe the Anunnaki are gods, right? So how do you get the concept of these light beings being able to interface? What is the origin of the light beings? When did they come about, right? How do they interface with humans and even gods? What is the mechanism? So, now, Brother Hayes probably did some pre-study and it's part of his general work, but there are authors, let me just put on the comments, that have already dealt with this subject. So I want to give you a few of them that you can Google. C.S. Lewis, the renowned author of the Chronicles of Narnia series, delved into the physics of angels in his writing. So C.S. Lewis describes beings called Eldila. They have bodies made of movement and light. The reason why I'm giving you this is because these concepts are not unique to the pseudoscience or metaphysical or fringe concepts, particularly the light beings. And that's all I really want to deal with, light beings and the Anunnaki. Matthew Fox and Rupert Sherake, these authors co-wrote the book, The Physics of Angels, Exploring the Realm Where Science and Spirit Meet. The Physics of Angels. So I'm going to now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy. Let me see if I can copy, if it allows me to copy from my paper. So I'm going to copy, because a lot of times people hide their sources. about where they got information from. So what I am going to do is I am going to give you the sources that talk about these concepts. Okay. Diana Cooper wrote A New Light on Angels, which lightly explores angelic beings and their connections to light. So light beings, angels. So what I suspect is light beings is another word for saying angels. Huh. Look at this one. She's a PhD. Fraser, I think, wrote the Golden Bough series. Okay. So, Kujua, she wrote archetypes of angels, beings of light, photons, and the fallen ones, right? She wrote that. Archetypes of angels, beings of light, photons, and the fallen ones. Okay. Now, let's unpack this. I had questions and problems with our good brother on the topic of light beings, and I am going on with my general polite critique. I am not going to insult my brother, but my questions do what they do. First, one, lack of origin explanation. Abiogenesis in biology refers to the natural process by which life arises from non-living matter through chemical reactions under prebiotic conditions on Earth. It provides a robust framework for understanding how the first life forms emerged. In contrast to the concept of light beings, offers no comparable explanation for their origins. So where is the origin of the light beings? You can talk about them, but where are the origins? If I want to have an idea, I would go to the papers that I just mentioned. And then if you look real closely, there's this connection to angelic. And then if there's a connection to angelic, there's a connection to God. And now we're in a pseudo world. Because all you have to do is say God, and there are aspects of God, and there you have your answer. It doesn't work in science. But nevertheless, how would such beings composed purely of energy or light come into existence without a physical substrate? Even light is composed of photons, depending on the type of light, which is matter. So light is not completely, it's certainly not spiritual, right? But these beings, I'm really interested in how do they intersect, how do they come into being, how do they give birth, how do they communicate through evolution? There's a light being evolution, right? Or is there a God behind this? There are no proposed mechanisms for their formation, nor any evidence suggesting that energy alone can organize itself into sentient conscious entities. How do they think, communicate, right? How? But there's no proposed mechanisms for that. Without an origin story grounded in physical processes, the light being concept fails to meet even the basic criteria of scientific plausibility. No evolutionary mechanism. That's what I was talking about earlier. Biological evolution explains how life changes over time through natural selection and genetic variation. It is supported by extensive evidence from genetics, paleontology, and comparative anatomy. The light being concepts lacks any proposed evolutionary mechanism. Evolution requires a replicable substrate like DNA or RNA that undergoes mutation and selection. Energy beings, as described in pseudoscientific narratives, lack such substrates. Does the light beings have a light DNA, RNA? That doesn't make any sense. There's no explanation for how light beings could adapt or evolve over time in response to environmental pressures. None. None. Let's go. Oh, shoot. I knew that was going to happen. Okay. The absence of an evolutionary framework makes the concept incompatible with our understanding of life's development on Earth. So that means you're trying to put it in a realm where we can't comprehend it, but we want to talk about it. Incompatibility with known biology. Life as we understand it is based on carbon chemistry and requires specific organic compounds to sustain itself. The idea of beings made purely of energy contradicts this fundamental foundational principle. Biological organisms are composed of cells, which are physical structures with membranes, organelles, and genetic material. Energy is defined in physics is not a substrate, but a property of matter or fields that describe capacity to do work. So energy describes the capacity to do work, right? It cannot independently form complex structures like cells or organisms. The problem with that is when we start talking about the Anunaki, these are thinking, moving, physical concepts. So we can't think of them as light beings. Without a biological basis, the concept of light beings remains speculative and unscientific. Absence of physical evidence, scientific theories like abiogenesis and evolution are supported by extensive empirical evidence. Fossil records provide a timeline of evolutionary changes over billions of years. Genetic studies trace common ancestry among all living organisms. In contrast, there is no physical evidence, archaeological, genetics, or otherwise supporting the existence of light beings or their purported interactions with humans and animals. Claims about such entities remain anecdotal and unverifiable. Violation of physical laws. The problem with the Anunnaki and its myths, they seem to do work as beings, right? They're talking, they're thinking, they're having sex, they are pretty much like men and women. Calling them light beings is a violation of physical laws. The concept of energy beings that can interact with physical matter violates established laws of physics, especially when they're sentient. They're thinking. Conservation of energy. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. It can be only transformed from one form to another, but that doesn't mean that they think. A being composed entirely of energy requires a continuous source to maintain its structure. So that's important because once the light being is created, then what is the source that it uses to maintain its structure? We eat, we drink, we defecate to remove the waste, right? What does the Anunaki, the Atlanteans, and others, what do they consume? They eat light bulbs? What do they use to sustain themselves? See, in the beginning of time, there was no light, right? At best, we have concepts of dark matter, right? Light was created during a particular period, and light has much to do with friction, right, of matter. But how did these light beings come about? Thermodynamics, sentient energy beings would need to perform work interacting with humans, for example, which would result in energy dissipation according to the second law of thermodynamics. Nature of consciousness. Consciousness is understood as an emergent property of complex neural networks in biological organisms. There's no evidence that energy alone can support consciousness or intentionality, unless they're angels, and then we go into the realm of religion. So, how do the light beings become conscious? These violations render the light being concept scientifically untenable. Lack of testable hypotheses. That's what many of our channels, we have a problem with pseudo fringe information. Scientific theories must be testable and falsifiable. Abiogenesis has been tested under experiments like the Miller-Urey experiment, which demonstrated that organic molecules can form under prebiotic conditions. Similarly, evolutionary biology makes predictions that can be tested through fossil discoveries and genetic analysis. The light being concepts offer no testable hypotheses. How would one detect or measure such entities? You could write about them all you want, but how would you detect and measure them? What specific, unless you believe in ghosts, what specific predictions does the theory make about their behavior or interactions? Without testability, the idea remains outside the realm of science. Shout out to the pseudo killers. Shout out to Cedric Ortega. Shout out to Juju and Tiffany. Shout out to Ankh, right? Where is the testability? Now we get to the anthropomorphization of energy. Oh, the notion of light beings often attributes human-like qualities, such as consciousness and intention to energy. This represents a fundamental misunderstanding of what energy is. Let me just say that again. The notion of light beings often attributes human-like qualities, right? Meaning light beings are so far advanced, so connected to the galaxy. Then why do they have to have human-like qualities? Right? That represents a fundamental misunderstanding of what energy is. Energy is not an entity, but a property associated with matter or fields. Said that all right. Assigning human traits to energy reflects anthropomorphism rather than scientific reason. This mischaracterization further undermines the credibility of light beings concept. I have to drink some water on this. Excuse me, I have to drink some water on this. They come out of the sun, Professor X. You say they come out of the sun? Professor X, the sun is not, the sun is in our solar system is young compared to stars from other systems, right? Millions and millions and billions of years of difference. So the Anunnaki, so something about our sun, which will die, is special compared to the other stars and other systems of energy. Wow. Well, something about our sun, our young system is more important than the other systems. It can only happen here. Sounds religious. Similarity to religious concepts, right? Because I was going there. Our sun. Wow. The idea of light beings bears a striking similarities to angelic or spiritual entities found in various religious traditions. Angels are described as incorporated beings made of light in Abrahamic religions. The lack of scientific grounding suggests that light beings are modern reinterpretations of these spiritual concepts rather than novel scientific ideas. They are not testable. They are not measurable. By framing spiritual beliefs in pseudo-scientific language, proponents attempt to lend credibility to what are essentially metaphysical claims, pseudoscience. Conclusion: why light beings fail scientifically. Ta-da! The light beings and Anunnaki concepts fail as scientific theories for several reasons. No origin explanation, unlike abiogenesis, which explains how life arises from non-living matter through natural processes. There is no proposed mechanism for how light beings come into existence. It sounds religious. No evolutionary framework. Without replicable substrates like DNA or RNA, there is no way for such entities to evolve. Why is there a daggone hierarchy in this pantheon of Anunaki? Which light beings, or how are light beings, some light beings, the fathers and mothers? Miss me, family, with that BS. Incompatibility with biology. Life as we know it requires physical structures composed of organic matter. Pure energy cannot form substructures. Do you understand that? Life as we know it, because you say light beings, requires physical structures composed of organic matter. Pure energy cannot form substructures. So these light beings seem to have penises and vaginas. In some cases of some of the stories, hey, you know, they do a lot of backdooring. You know, that's part of sex, right? Backdooring, right? So some of these light beings are homosexual, right? How is that possible as a light being? I mean, those are human qualities. I'm not going to get my page shut down by judging anything or anyone, so I'm being very careful. But light beings have pleasure, right? Or they do a little freaky deaky. Miss me with that. Violation of physical laws. The concept contradicts fundamental principles like conservation of energy and thermodynamics. Lack of evidence. There is no empirical support for existence of interactions of light beings. None. Unscientific nature. The idea lacks testable and falsifiability, placing it outside the realm of legitimate science. Don't talk about it as science. Matter of fact, don't talk about it at all, unless you're building some fiction book, right? Or you're reading some mythology. Religion parallels. The concept resembles angelic figures from spiritual traditions, not even spiritual traditions, just religious traditions, rather than scientifically grounded entities. Ultimately, these ideas represent attempts to anthropomorphize energy and reframe spiritual beliefs in pseudoscientific terms rather than proving credible explanations grounded in empirical evidence. By contrast, abiogenesis and evolution offer robust frameworks supported by decades and centuries of rigorous scientific research. I always leave with a bunch of footnotes. People, how can I say? These are just basic concepts on what abiogenesis is, natural selection, carbon-based life. Um, uh, I didn't. Let me just see. I didn't put up all of my sources. I have to go back and put up all my sources. I don't know where they are. And what happened to them in this paper. So, ta-da! I'm going to stop sharing my screen because I lost my audience as usual. So, family, I'm going to open up the line as usual. Copy. You are invited. Professor X, you are invited. Everyone is invited. I'm not trying to beat up on my brother Hayes. I thank him for putting his concepts out. I'm not a fan of Mr. Carson, and I'm not a fan of the people who promoted Mr. Carson. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan. I want reparations. Reparations for our people. My man, Jose Francis, always supporting me. I so appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. What's up?
Hey, man, I just want to know what is measurable. I want to know what is falsifiable about these light beings. Since we should think of these things as energy or energy beings, I want to know how I can measure these energy beings. I want to know how they came to be, how they evolved. I want this. I don't want the father and mother as Anu, and I don't want that. I'm the father and mother. I want to know how these concepts come in contrast with the physical laws. Even if you want to play around with me with quantum physics, with string theory and waves and frequencies, I want to know how they become sentient, how they become conscious. You got any ideas? You got any things you want to help me out?
Here's a question. If I said spirit was quantifiable scientifically, would I be right or would I be wrong?
You'd be wrong.
It's scientifically by saying that matter and energy are connected, and if you're a matter being, there must be an energy to you. Is that wrong?
Make it sentient. How does spirit become sentient?
Well, that's a whole nother question. Maybe I can't answer that question, but I could say if I'm a physical being and I vibrate on a certain level, there's an energy that's created that people can't see. And some people call it spirit. Some people call it something else.
Pseudos call it spirit.
Say it again?
Pseudos call it spirit.
Well, I'm a pseudo because I would definitely say that we have a spirit. You might not agree with that.
Oh yeah. Hey, you stepped into the Colosseum.
Well, fair enough.
Wait. You want me to, Jose? You want me to agree with what? That you believe it, or you're gonna give me some evidence?
I know that me going down that road with you, I'm gonna get the brakes beat off me. So I'm not gonna do that.
Yeah, because I want to see it measurable.
Say again?
I just want to see how you measure spirit.
Well, you can, and that's the point. I could
Okay. So if you can't measure it, can you falsify it?
Well, I would agree with you on this. It's not measurable.
Is what?
It's definitely not measurable. It's definitely not something physical. And I used to have a problem with you saying you have a problem with spirituality until
I do.
That you came to that through an honest study. You didn't just make that up. So I can't argue with what you're saying.
No, because first of all, you can't teach spirituality. So it seems to me that all those people talking about spirituality is trying to teach spirituality. And if it's not quantifiable, you cannot teach spirituality. It's not teachable. So say so that you can all miss me with that. Now you want to talk about African traditions and what they believe, or you want to talk about Native Americans, or you want to talk about Mesopotamia. You could tell me about belief, right? But you can't measure spirituality nor stop it, not you, trying to teach it. Because if it's not measurable, you can't teach it.
I'll say this. Our ancient ancestors definitely mixed what you call spirituality with science.
No. See, that's the problem with people talking about our ancestors. You know, our ancestors lived in a very physical world, right? With climate changes, harsh climate, right? And the need for food, and the need to follow their food, right? And the need to learn over time period that they in fact can plant and harvest. But even when they did that, the climate sometimes worked against them. And so it wasn't capable because the enemy was the climate. And so then they began to venerate aspects of nature, aspects of the climate, the wind, the sun, the harsh sun, right? The dryness. They begin to venerate the animals, particularly animals, those that can fly. That was amazing to them. Insects, they venerated them. They observed things like the Kepler beetle. These are observations. Now, they made them anthropomorphic, and that's the point. They put human qualities to these things. That's the point. Now, is that spirituality? No, that's anthropomorphizing nature.
Okay, that's a fair enough assessment. I'm not going to fight you on that because I can agree with that. But I also am going to give you a little pushback that I think that they would have had something close to spirituality. That it wasn't just science. They gave them some sort of spiritual meaning. I might be wrong. I might be jumping out the window a little bit. I think
Well, I just need you to measure it. So my brother Tahuti forever says, spirit first person experience, a clone wouldn't have the same spirit as the original due to that fact. I think that's the problem what the definition of what spirit is. So I need to know exactly. I'm not disagreeing per se. I'm disagreeing with the word spirit.
Well, spirit just breath. That's the original meaning of the word.
Okay, so it's breath. That ain't got nothing to do with anthropomorphizing. It means phuma, right? Phuma in Greek, right? Well, okay, so that turns into spirit.
No,
why? They've got arms and legs and it can talk. See, your spirit got arms and legs and can talk. The early spirit was a concept of oxygen, right? That life requires. They created some biological and chemical, right? But it wasn't anthropomorphic. Was there is breath little entities? Is it these little microscopic entities that think? No, can't do that.
For sure not.
Huh?
For sure not. But I also realize there's such thing as a meaning and a definition. Definition is how the word is used in this case, the modern English language. So it became something different after people added their own concepts onto it. So there's a big
Right,
difference.
interpretation. So what you're talking about is interpretation. So Professor X says wind, breath, air, shoe. Shoes are mythology.
Facts.
Right? It's a hierarchy. It's a hierarchy in the observation and practices and the thinking of the Nile Valley African. Is shoe real? No. Is Tefnut real? No. Is Geb real? No. Those are labels, placeholders, and concepts for their thinking. So just because I study Nile Valley Africa does not mean you're going to get me with that mythology.
But let me pose another question to you. How do you explain scientists saying that the doggone people have knowledge of the cosmos that they're not supposed to have? That because of the doggone people, they discovered constellations.
Okay. Obviously, when it comes to Series B, right? What knowledge did they have?
Well,
what knowledge did they have what knowledge did they have?
Well, I've read that the only reason why they know about Sirius A and B is because of talking to the doggone people, and they use that knowledge to find it. If I'm wrong, you can correct me.
Well, did they hum, or did they notice it? Did they use their sensories to notice it?
Answer the question. I really can't answer the question.
Yeah. So it seems that they noticed it, and something peculiar about where you are, where you are, Trinidad and Tobago. Where are you?
Trinidad and Tobago, yes.
The night sky is different for you than it was when you were in Brooklyn. Is that correct?
Yes. Like you can see a lot more stars.
You can see a lot more, right? The night sky in Africa, right? Pre-electricity. It's like if you were standing on a hill or the mountain by yourself, you would be completely overwhelmed, right? I mean, especially if you're standing on a high structure and you're standing by yourself, you'd be completely overwhelmed. Well, these ancient people, over time and observation, they began to notice things, and then they began to posit that the place where these systems were had something to do with time and sometimes events, climatic events in this world. They started with the sun and the moon, right? They created lunar calendars based on the moon, right? This Meta.
That's true.
Hey, peace, Meta. How you doing?
How you doing, Brother Reggie?
I'm doing fine. I'm just trying to take a sip for.
How you doing, bro? Up top.
I'm here. I'm here. Jose's here. We are just trying to deal with our good brother, brother Hayes, right? And Billy Carson's. Billy Carson's. We don't need these technologies. We could do it ourselves. Then why do we need the technologies? Why is he explaining the technologies if we could do it ourselves? Maybe we use our mind to create instruments as we should do as human beings. Why does everything have to be some forbidden science? Why is it forbidden? Why is science forbidden?
Well, it's forbidden for him because he don't know what he's talking about. He's making up stuff and he's intentionally doing it. That is I'm not talking about Rod Hayes. Rod Hayes is different. He just needs a little guidance and he'll be all right. We could work with Rod Hayes.
Hayes just needs to source where where he's saying these things from. And so don't be the intermediary. Just give me your sources. So what's up, Meta?
Hey, how you doing? See, my understanding of it all, especially with Billy, because I checked out a few platforms that he going there with that, buddy. Checked out a few platforms where he did presentations and stuff like that. And from my understanding, it's like he go to different. Well, how can I put it? Different areas where the information is sacred, and he give it and present it out to the people. That's where the forbidden knowledge, somewhat like top secret information and stuff. But he kind of lost me when when he go with the esoteric metaphysic teachings and things like that, and then he
Wait, first
starts
of
off one.
all, he got you?
No,
At
no,
first
no, no,
over, wait, he
no.
got you? When did he
Hey,
get
bro.
you?
No, I'm talking about he. I'm talking about he lost me.
Oh,
He lost
please.
me. Because some of the information, is worth checking it out, researching it, and things like that. But then once he, with the metaphysic, esoteric, he bringing that in. First, he's saying religion is this and that, and then he's telling, he having another presentation talking about where Jesus came from, and he wasn't crucified, really. So I'm like, man, he confusing the people, or he confused himself, because he's speaking about the Bible like the characters in the Bible actually existed, But then prior to that, he was speaking like they never existed, So I think he confused, and he wasn't ready for that Canadian guy.
Yeah, but we showed that Billy Carson cannot read the language because Reggie showed a video of him pointing at a crack in the wall, but as Brother Reggie said, molesting the wall, trying to explain something about Stargate. Can't doesn't know anything about the language to even qualify what he's saying. Now, Brother Reggie can look at it. I have a little element that look at it. Understand.
Excuse me, bro, you kind of low. I can't hear you.
I said, Brother Reggie showed a video of him just touching a wall with no writing on it, trying to explain about Stargates when he doesn't read the language. Brother Reggie and I can attest, because I have a little bit of language, that the word he's saying, Stargate, means doorway, not Stargate. As far as I know, there is no word for Stargate. So where are they getting that from? He's pointed to the left, they're playing music, he's not sure he can read the language. And this is why we always say you must learn to read the language in some form to be able to make an argument, whether we think you're right or we think you're wrong. That is why I argue with Brother Reggie, because I know he can read the language to make his point, whether I agree or not. Whether you agree or not, he can qualify what he's saying with the language. Billy Carson can't do that. He's just talking. And the debate show that he can't do that because he's just talking. And we saw him just talking and pointing at a crack with no writing on it. You understand? We saw that already. He got washed by this little Christian who tell you the Christian dude don't even speak Maduna. The language that he qualified himself in is Demotic, Coptic, Assyrian, those other languages. But he will come, but the same Huff will come on and try to explain to you about something in Luxor in a temple that he probably can't even read. Because he don't read nothing. He don't read hieratic either. So if you don't, he can't explain nothing to you. I'm not an expert on it, but I know a little bit something to be able to explain certain things. But Reggie is way better at it than me. But you can't just let people tell you something because it sounds good.
Right.
You have to try to read what they're saying, and if they can't, gotta be shut up.
Look, he's playing to the audience. He's getting paid very well. Okay, for example, I got 3 cash apps. Right? His information is much more, can I say, seemingly useful to you. right? Though you can't build any tools with it. Though he doesn't, and they don't give you their sources. That they're not original ideas. They're just repackaging other people's work. But for you, for our people, it's much more useful in your minds. I I am I have problems with that. I have problems when a person like myself or Ankh or any of these people that we have, Smash or any of these people that we have, other content creators have, even Sonetta, right? When we uh, expose the fallacies of not the person per se, but what they say, we're not supported. But you wait until somebody with blind eye, blue eyes tell you what we have been saying. And then it's important to you. Then you blow it up. Then you make shows. But when we analyze our own people that come into our environment, and we analyze the fallacies first, we are not accepted. Whoa, here's the difference is you may not agree with me, but you ain't gonna come on this daggone show and talk your talk and prove to me in defense of any of these people. You're gonna hide behind them. But at the same time, you're not gonna support me, but you're gonna support that other stuff. The thing about it, people, is that you're not responsible because your children will be listening to this. And I fear one day that one of your children says to a teacher, "Well, Billy Carson says this." Then you didn't do your job. You didn't do your job. You're responsible. You're a neglectful parent. Because guess what? Our young people are out there smoking their weed, you know, drinking their drink, right? Cups in the air, and talking about this stuff because Dame Dash put it on his platform. We're not a responsible community at all. We're not responsible. And then how I know we're not responsible is you don't project, you don't promote the people who could dispense with this information, dispense the falseness of this information. We're last. So we have to come on these platforms like this and make ourselves first, but we're marginalized. And then years later, it comes out, well, you know, maybe Brother Reggie said something that was right, or Brother Jabari said something was right, right? You know, or Smash or Onk or Brother Law or Morpheus, right? But y'all don't support us. Let me check my Cash App. I'll check my Cash App, see if you understand what I'm saying. Nope. I'm gonna put my Cash App in, support Brother Reggie. Because you don't support me with views, you don't support me with likes, and you don't support me with Cash App. And I'm only here. I'm not a hater. Because you know how I'm not a hater? I'm not talking about the people directly. I don't know them. I'm talking about the information. Right? Billy Carson, I might bridge that line a little bit more. You know what? It don't matter to Billy Carson because he's paid. He live in Florida in $1 million house. I don't move the meter to Billy Carson.
Hey, Brother Rez, let me add on to you, man. The reason why I support you every chance I get, because I know.
Thank you, Meta.
But you know, I'm talking about, you know, you do come with very scholarly work, and you take your time out, even if people don't like the information or not, or however. I think, you know, brothers, we should support one another, though. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, I've learned from you, And and it's up on me or whoever the listener is to check your sources. And over the years, I learned a lot, in which, what I'm saying, I am now, as far as my belief and how I stand as a man, it's a lot greater than before. And that's due to brothers like you and just rubbing shoulders, so to speak. So, I want to thank you.
Well, I want to definitely want to thank you. But I want to say to the rest of the people, except for the people who have donated to me, y'all don't have $1? If you don't have $1, please log off. I don't need you here. You got $5?
Hey, Reggie, come on, man.
Hey, brother La, peace to you. How you doing? No. I'm not playing now because you don't have $1 for my information. So let's think about it, y'all. If everybody gave $1 and I got 200 people on the show, it'd be worth something, right? But we not like that. But you want to pay a pseudo super information. You want to come out of this pocket, yo, King. This how y'all talk, King. Yo, man, take this money, King. Yo, man, I like what you're doing, King. Yeah, and you get your status corrected. Yo, King. Yo, take this information, right? Yo, I take your gold water. Yo, how much that gold water you selling? Yo, $50? Yo, King, here, man, here go $50, man. Huh? Here this crystal. Yo, King, how much that crystal cost? $75? Oh man, it's gonna do what, King? Oh man, I need that in my life. Yo, here you go, King. Right? That's like, yo, the new pseudo book. Oh man, King, man, I need this in my life, yo, King. Right? I need this in my life. I ain't never gonna read it, King. But yo, let me shake your hand, King. Yo, let me give you a hug. Man, it's homo association, man. It's a homo association. And you know who told me that word? PhD, doctor, female. Right? She was breaking down to me my own issues of dealing with certain Black male scholars who take advantage of women, which will lead to taking advantage of young women, and that Black male scholars talk about how much they love Black women, but refuse to talk about how much they take advantage of Black women, who they call queen. And this PhD sister, she rocked me to sleep. And she told me about all of the scholars, right, who were not interested in her mind, but interested in her body and her friends' bodies, right? And not interested in none of that, and use very sophisticated psychobabble, right, to you understand what I'm saying? Well, hold up. Before we say anything, is there anybody else in this channel who's got $1 for my Cash App? Because I know that y'all got dollars. I'm not playing. If everybody gave $1, I can't. You want to support these people? You don't want to support. I don't. No, I got to call you out. Support, brother Law. And Meta, thanks so much, man, for always joining. Would you, brother Bob, what's going on, my good brother? How you doing? What's happening?
Good. Peace and blessing to y'all brothers who on the panel as well as y'all families. I mean,
No. I need $. Yeah, peace and blessing. Bless me with $1. I don't want no spiritual blessings. I want $1. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Bob. No, I'm on my thing. No. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I think for the most part, Reg, I mean, we've had these discussions numerous times, me, you, as well as Morpheus. It's more so of a, if it feels good, it's more appeasing to us. It's a feeling, man.
Okay, but then now we got to check our fake feelings. Like I'm checking the fake feelings that even though I've been talking, right? I only got 3 cash apps, right? Now I'm saying, listen, you can stop me from talking by giving me $1 cash app, right? I don't want your spiritual blessings. I don't want your I don't want none of that. I want something physical. I don't want your light being blessings. I don't want your Anunaki blessings. I want the dollar bill blessings. Because you know what? It's not worth it. It's not worth it, brother La. It's not worth trying to change to help our people. Because you know what?
What you say? You want the cream? Cash rule.
Listen, it don't rule everything about me, but the dollar bill shows that you actually care about the work that we're involved in, right? That's it. Because they pay more to the pseudos. I hear it all the time. Yeah, King. Yeah, King. Yo, I can't stand it, yo. I can't stand it. I see grown men. Yo, I mean, yo, you what's that on your table, King? You know, some gold, some silver. Oh man, I'm gonna cop that. I'm gonna cop that. Why? Because it's physical. What about information that gives you the choices? Maybe you'll need to cop that and get and get a bacterial infection. What about that? Maybe some tools to help you scrutinize and say, you know what? What's in this thing? You made it in your bathtub? Where'd you make it at? What lab? Right? You don't care if it. Listen, come on, La. You look, La, man. I mean, you know these streets, man. People, what's that stuff they make in the bathtub, man? What's that liquor that they make in the bathtub? They sell at the beaches all the time.
Moonshine, you talking about?
Huh?
Moonshine?
No, it's not moonshine. It's got a fly name. It's not
Hooch.
Moonshine. Huh?
Hooch.
Pooch? You call it pooch in your neighborhood. What we call it in the Bronx, man? Huh?
Hooch. Hooch.
Pooch.
Hooch. H-O-O-C-H.
Hooch in your neighborhood. What we call it?
I think for people that live up here in New York, they call them either Finding Nemo's, Nutcrackers.
Nutcracker.
Yeah.
Let me tell you about this.
What is that?
A nutcracker, hooch, right? Let me tell you about this. Let me tell you something. I can see a chick buying a nutcracker, right? But a dude buying a nutcracker. That's how crazy we are. We don't even look at the names of this. We don't even look at the names. Yo, fam, I got the nutcrackers, man. $10, man. I got the cherry flavor, man. I got the strawberry flavor, man. I got the lemonade flavor, man. Yo, cop the nutcracker. Yo, can I it's 10? Yo, can I get it for 8? Ah, fam, okay, here's a nutcracker for 8. You deserve a nutcracker, you nut. Freaking nut. Huh?
I'll see you in rare form tonight, Reg.
Made it in the bathtub. How you think? Wait, hold on. How do you think these dudes make nutcrackers, yo? They make it in the bathtub. You think they make it in a restaurant?
The first time I heard about that. I don't even know what that is.
Nah, I done seen people make hooch with a bag and stuff like that, add certain ingredients.
In a bag?
Yeah, that's in jail.
The hooch and stuff in the bag, let it ferment and stuff. Do what they do, put their certain ingredients in there. And it'll knock your socks off.
Look at the language we use. It knocked your socks. And my good brother, me, you, La, and Joe, we don't want our socks knocked off. See, that's what I'm saying. Like this is the feminizing, right? Like all of these drinks and stuff, like feminizing the man. I don't want no nutcracker. I don't want nothing to knock my socks off. Right? Sounds like a date rape drug. Right?
Oh shit. Yeah.
I agree with you. It's bad enough. It's bad enough when you buy it from. It's bad enough when you go to the liquor store and buy it. It can do damage to you. Much less in somebody's bathtub.
Well, they get the names. Hey, Christopher Jordan, thank you so much. I appreciate it. So I'm up to 4 Cash Apps. But y'all want to go out. The rest of them, they want to go out there and buy some nutcrackers.
And some knock your socks off juice.
Yeah, it seemed like you want to go into a men's nightclub and get get drugged and date raped.
Non-cycle, man. Non-cycle, man. Come on, pause, man. You doing a lot, man.
Hey, brother, lie. You from
No
some of the
Diddy,
places.
man. No Diddy.
Yeah. No, we don't got to do that. We got to talk about that Sue's Rendezvous, right? We got to do is talk about them old clubs, right? The what do you call it? The what's that club in the Point, man? The GOAT.
That's crazy. Yeah.
Right. Or we can go back to the old days to Bentley's. Right? Or Puffy's Club. What was Puffy's Club? What was Puffy's Club called? Come on, La. I know you know Puffy Club.
Justin.
Yeah, Justin, named after his son. Right? From Justin's to yeah. Like this stuff is real, and it's part of it messes up our psyche, so it makes these things acceptable. The pseudo information puts us in jeopardy, yo. Right?
But Reggie, you have to take into consideration whether it be perceived to some as being pseudo, it's a feel good. Most of we love that intellectual stimulus, like if it was a bag of dope or a bag of heroin. If it feel good, I like it, I love it. They're gonna use it and they're gonna run with it. It is what it is.
But I'm trying to change, like you and the dean. Like, don't you see the over feminization? Don't you see how we are in jeopardy with our mind? Right? Like we should have learned from dust, and we should have learned from crack, and we should have learned from ecstasy, and we should learn that this feel good, and the dope. I don't want the dope. I want that killer dope. I want that dope that's knocking people over, man, putting them in the hospital. I want that dope. I don't want the soft dope. I want that death dope, right? Like this is what we're doing with information now. Like I like the way it sounds. I like the way, man, y'all got homo associations, yo.
For what? But I have to ask Brother Law a question. When you're looking at these people like Billy Carson, they don't have any information. Just make up something. What they're saying is not based on anything. There's nothing to feel good about. There's a difference when you come on Sunday and listen to Brother Reggie. Brother Reggie does a lot of research. That is why I don't argue with him, and I tell other people who like to argue with him, don't do it. Because you would get yourself.
I don't mind having a discussion, but the pseudos run like roaches, right? Bring your dope on. I want to hear your good dope. I want y'all cowards to come on with not Brother Hayes, because I appreciate him for bringing out the information so that I can go over with it. But I want the rest of you pseudo suckers to come on the channel and prove anything. Right? I mean, I'm talking my talk because I'm just tired of you affecting like a virus our people with your ideas, your half-baked, unlearned, uneducated, untested ideas to our people. Right? Just so that you can get some views, or you think that you are becoming an influencer. So if you want to cap for other people's information, come on my show. I'm putting the stream in. I don't care. And you wanna and some of you people overdo it. If you believe in a religion, all right, I respect you believe in a religion. But you people that are trying to push this on our people as if it's true, here go the link. Here go the link.
Let me put then, Brother Reggie. Do you believe that there are beings or things?
Do I believe in what?
Do you believe in extraterrestrials, or do you think that that's just something people made up? Do you think it's a possibility that there's life on other planets?
I believe that there's a statistical probable possibility that there is life on other planets. There is a possibility that some of the early life forms may have figured out space travel like we have. I do not believe that we are the only life in the universe. But as far as aliens and things like that, there's a difference between seeing unidentified flying objects and UAPs. Then there is actual, and I'm not doubting anybody that has had an experience. I'm doubting any of that. But what I am trying to say is that there is a possibility. And I'll leave it like that. Pastor Phil, how you doing? What's going on, good brother? I accept the information as it comes. So I will say I will leave it like that.
So, Brother Reg, do you believe in a higher power? Do you believe in God?
Okay. Just take the word belief out.
Well, okay.
Take the word belief out. I know for a fact I was born from my mother's womb. Right? I have a close idea that my father is who he is. Right? From my records, I know who my grandparents or great grandparents, as best as the records is concerned about. Right? As far as God and stuff like that, well, God didn't help our people come across, stop the slave trade, right? God did not help my mother from getting run over by a city bus a block away from me, across the street. God didn't help me with that. So if you, I don't know what you're asking. And this happened on December 6th, 2013, right? And I'm going into the week of where we actually funeralized her. So if you would ask me for a God and all of this and blessings and do you believe in blessings and stuff like that? Well, it didn't work for me, right? If it worked for you, that's fine, but you're not going to imprison me on some concept of do I believe in the after? Do I believe in God in the afterlife? If that's what you want to do, you do it. But I can only see what I observed, and as far as I am concerned, the suffering that my people had over the slave trade with no intervention for no God and no spirit, that don't move me and support me. If it does you, that's you, but you still can't prove. You can't put any morality on that. You're going to say that Jesus. What did Jesus say about slavery? Slaves, according to one of his disciples, obey your earthly masters. Who says that? Who says that? Who says that? Miss me with that BS.
Well, my stance on it all is, yes, I believe in a higher power, creator, but that's just it. He don't intervene. Well, I'm anamorphizing that. Let's X the he out. Well, as vibration, because we all are.
Vibrate. Wait, hold up. Matter.
Hold on. Check me. Let me say, because you just sat up there and said, hold on,
big screen. No, I'll put you on the big screen. Where Matt at? There you go. All right, you doing vibrations. I'm gonna get something to drink for this. Vibration.
Listen, bro.
Keep talking.
Listen, man. You just ran down your little ancestral right? We all have ancestral. We have a belly button. Then when you dig deep into it all, you know, I meditate. You know, I go to myself, meditate. You know, I give honor to my ancestors. You know, planet. You know, nature. Because what our ancestors put on those walls is nature. What is nature? Mention nature. So let's, you know, I try to explain it, but basically it's just me, you know. I don't believe in no spookism or no you going to hell and things like that, because I don't need no book to tell me how to live right and be good, be a father to my children, you know. All those values
I
was
respect
historic.
you. I respect you. My whole thing is don't proselytize it. I don't care what you believe in. If it's good for you and your family, if that's the way you want to raise your children,
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm talking about the people that come on here and push something, right? Those are the people that I have problems with. I don't have a problem with you people with their personal faith. I have a problem when you pushing something and you're trying to make it look true.
But it's
And
not
wearing
faith.
funny
It's not
costumes.
faith driven. It's knowing. You know, it's not faith. I don't go off belief. I gotta know. You know, I don't believe that all 8 of my kids is my kids. I know. I don't stand on belief, faith. I'm not hoping to wish for nothing. Either
What if
if
I'm
I don't
not
move.
talking about you, Meta, personally?
Okay, I
What if
understand
I'm
that.
not talking about
But
you
I'm talking
personally?
about
You're making it personal.
no,
You
I'm
want
not.
to be personal, Meta? I
No,
mean,
no, bro.
you
No,
support
bro.
me,
No,
but
bro.
listen. Go ahead.
Go ahead. I'm not making it personal, though.
I'm not arguing your personal beliefs. That's who you are, Meta. You're a good
Okay.
dude. That's not what I'm arguing. And nor should we be arguing other people's ideas, right? Matter of fact, if you know something, you don't have to argue, right, Pastor Phil? Right, Pastor Phil? If you know, you don't have to argue, right?
You may be involved, although you know, you may be involved in an argumentation with someone who challenges what you know.
Right, but you don't have to be. You don't have to be in an argument, right?
You don't have to be, but you may be involved in one. Brother Reggie, I don't know if you dealt with this already, right? And I didn't get to hear the old show because I was in and out. Anyway, the thing is this, right? I am curious as to what is it about what we call pseudo information that is so attractive and magnetic that the masses of the people gravitate towards it. What is it? And I think if you look at all walks of life or many different walks in life, right? I can't speak for the Muslim religion, even within the Christianity. Now, I'm not trying to talk a religion here now, but I'm using this as an example, right? It's like, huh? Say what? Oh, I thought somebody was saying something. Yeah. So it's like, okay, what that which is supposed to be what you call orthodoxy and the essentials and the basics of what people ought to gravitate to, that is not as attractive. Whenever you come with the information that is not according to the standard, is what attracts people. And so it looks like there is some magnetism about the pseudo information that the masses gravitate to. I remember, okay, my expertise is accounting, right? And I have a good friend of mine who was listening to this guy. I think his name was Rich Dad, Poor Dad. He was talking some things on accounting. And he said something which I, disagreed with. And this brother, who never had any training in accounting, was fighting me. I had to go and pull 3 textbooks, right? And take to him and say, look, this is what I'm talking about. Look at the information in the books. I even went to the school because the school from where I graduated, I used to tutor, right? And I got 2 or 3 free textbooks and took to the guy. And he said, no, them books not going to do nothing for me. So I was trying to get him into the right information when it comes to that, but he was not interested. But that pseudo, that kind of, pseudo information was more attractive to him. Is this like a psychological, mental something? What do you think?
Yes, I got some great people on this channel. So one is it's an alpha male thing. It's innate in our culture that some people follow other males, no matter whether the information is all right. They want to be connected to that. That's in our society. It deals with things like gang use and drug use, right? Where there's some charismatic, it's in our music, where there's some charismatic person and who's trying to get you to follow them, right? Because they have the money, the clothes, the respect, the power in the streets. And there's young people that watch this, peep this, and gravitate to it. Then there's the other people like you was talking about, whether the people fight information. You are trying to help them, and it's costing you to help them. But with the larger community, it's like people following individuals based on wanting to be like them, right? Or achieve what they have. Sometimes people have lots of people because they literally want to learn something. And this person is offering something that is really, truly learnable. Oftentimes we have people who, it's a club mentality where they want to be associated, and that's what I call a homo association, where they want to be associated with certain men, and certain men, how can I say, you see them always gravitating around each other. It's like pimp and max, right? And that concept is very, very acceptable in our culture. Like, you hear things like men of leisure, right? Men of leisure. Men of leisure is a group of pimps that come around, and they hang around with people in their own industry of pimping, right? And then you have the women, and then you have groups of men who want to promote. It's like sexual. They want to promote these pimps. They don't want to promote the women. They look down on the women that actually run the game. They look at the men, right? That are together, and they want to be like them. They like the fur coats and the cars, and then when you see them interact with these men, with these pimps, it's like they are not tricks, but they actually male prostitutes, right? And so it's something different in our culture than you had with other cultures, the Greek cultures, right? You may clown the Greeks and call them homosexuals, and you may do that, but we only have a couple of civilizations, cultures that were, how can I say, that we know about. Kemet is one, right? And we have other groups like the Dogon, and we have Nubians and Nubian culture A, right? And then we have it all throughout Africa, but then it becomes into this divine kingship issue, and that became really problematic. So what the psychology is, Brother Phil, you are a Christian. I don't want to be disgusting when I talk to you about what it really is, but it's really man in our community, men loving men. That's why when some of these pseudos are talking in front of the interviewer, it's like the interviewer, right, is being seduced sexually by the words of the pseudo.
Okay.
And they begin to propagate that game. Right? I know Lars like, yo, Reggie, doing too much. I know
so Brother Reggie, then are
That's
you
Morpheus? Morpheus, where's Morpheus? Is he still on? Where's Morpheus? There, Morpheus got back.
I'm
That's Morpheus.
Brother Reggie?
Reggie,
Quickly in
Reggie,
response.
I'm somewhat amazed that the conversations that we have in private is actually manifesting out of your mouth in public in front of everybody right now.
It's slimy, Law. It's sexual.
I've been saying this, though,
It's
brother.
homosexual.
I've been saying this. This man worshiping thing amongst the so-called conscious community, internet conscious community, is crazy.
Okay.
You got brothers out here worshiping other people that they never met a day in their life. Never met them a day in their life. And they look to them.
It's worse than a porn movie.
It's bad.
It's bad. It's bad.
Can I say in response, Brother Reggie? First of all, let me say peace and blessing to everybody. Please forgive my manners, Brother Law, Brother Morpheus. I can't say all the names. I can't show the names. Take me off the screen.
Okay, I'll put you in the.
I can't show. Okay, Brother Law, Brother Morpheus, Brother Williams, Brother Jose.
Because we don't want these pseudos to fall in love with you, Pastor. You know? But listen, pastors.
Yeah.
See, it's pimping, right? It's pimps and pastors, right? Prophets, the P's, right? They all kind of connect, huh?
Okay. All right, I'm gonna leave that alone because I want to go back.
I know you are.
Yeah. No. I could, because sometimes I want to go on a particular path. I don't necessarily want to go in a direction because I can't come back to that, bro. But the point is this, right? Since you said that is a man loving man something, right? That then is the problem. Would the solution be to have more female teachers up front? You see? Because then if it's a man thing, man worshiping man thing, if there is more females teaching, would that be part of the solution, do you think?
The solution is, I think Morpheus and could say best, it's the information. It's the information is concerned because some of the females, not all of the females, I give our sisters a break and I give women a break. No, but ultimately because of the environment, some of them actually become like the males. They become combative. They become really nasty. They become vulgar, more vulgar than the men in the insults that they lay out. And then it's really, so what information are you giving? Like we do have some great, like Monica, Sister Monica Lamb. You see, between me and her, we get some of the lowest views. But all she does is give you information on how to run a business successfully. And do you want to no? But outside of her, you got a lot of combative females that want to talk, and you don't even. How can I say? You don't even disrespect them. You don't even call their name. I'm not interested. I'm not interested in what they look like. I want to see what the information. And they talk like men. Why? Because they learned it from watching men on YouTube, and they think it's something that they have to do instead of getting their information over, right? And then there's some women on that are very, very eloquent. What's the sister name? What's the sister name? It's just one of the sisters on YouTube. What's her name? She used to go with that rapper and Public Enemy. What's her name?
Zaza, man.
Yeah, she has a very, very nice
Zaza Ali.
Right. She has a very nice disposition. And then there's other women that come on. They don't have a bad. They have a all right disposition. Misunderstood. Yeah, you can talk to her and disagree with her. She's not calling nobody no names and nothing like that. I don't agree with her, even though she obviously won her concept over Trump. People did, in fact. So she won. She beat me. misunderstood, beat me. People voted for Trump, right? I don't agree with it, but for the reasons, but misunderstood why. But she didn't call me no names or even be in shade. She just spoke her spoke. So it varies, but there are some women who are trying to imitate men. So, Pastor, it's the information. But I'll leave it. I'll let Morpheus speak and some others that didn't speak. Morph, would you?
Well, I've been listening, and when it comes to this particular subject, I think that it's what humans do. What do I mean by that? Pastor, do you watch sports?
Yes.
Who's your favorite team?
In what sport?
Huh?
My favorite sport is cricket and then soccer.
Okay, so you have a favorite team, correct?
Yeah. Yes, West Indies.
Cool. And you also have a favorite player, probably, right?
No, I don't know. I don't know. No, yeah.
Well, most people do.
Yeah,
Most people will say, I like LeBron James. So they pick someone who they resonates with them that they like. So they have some, one that they like, right? They have a favorite team, favorite players. Okay. So the same thing to me, in my opinion, when I'm looking and I'm saying, well, we do that in every aspect of our lives. We have a favorite politician, even like the presidency just now. So most people have a favorite who I choose. This is my guy. This is my so-and-so. This is my favorite. This is my so-and-so. And so when I see that, I see the same thing or same practice sprinkle even into these conversations, in these platforms, in these, you know what I mean, shows. You see the same practice, right, that human beings do. They have their favorites, right? Should they have their favorite? Maybe not, but do they? Yes, right, because I see that same thing sprinkled into every aspect of your life. Music, who's your favorite artist? Well, I like this artist. This is my favorite rapper. This is my favorite crew. I listen so we do this in every aspect of our lives, right? Would you agree?
Yes, I agree with the favoritism. Can I respond a little bit?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. So I understand and I agree with you with that we have favorite. Okay, let me go back and say something. When you ask me, do I have a favorite player? Because of the state of the team that is my favorite team now, I don't see any player that I could say on that team that is a favorite player because they're all doing not as good as they should, that I expect them to do. So I don't really have a favorite player on my favorite team, although I have a favorite team. But though I have a favorite team, right, I expect that team, my favorite team, to perform a certain way. And when they don't perform a certain way, I become very, I don't know if I get angry, but I become very critical of their non-performance, right? And so even when it comes to this informational thing, right, if I have a favorite pastor, a favorite preacher, a favorite minister, I am expecting that favorite person to feed me with correct information.
Wow. The reception went bad. I don't know what just happened.
Sorry. It's me? I don't know.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So I'm expecting that favorite, whatever, to feed me with proper information. And if they don't, as long as I understand what ought to come to me, when that's not coming to me, I become very critical. You see? So in terms of even if you have a favorite, whatever, you should still have, if you want to say a litmus test or whatever, you should still have a standard is what I'm trying to say. That if that person is not meeting the standard, you can become critical of that person. So just because you have a favorite person or team, favoritism should not lead to worship.
Thank you. Now watch this. Why is that important? Why did I say that? And I'm glad you gave that response, right? Because that leads me into where I was going to land. Here we go. Now, the question comes to, what is important to you?
Okay.
what's important to you? Like, what's important? Because certain things, watch this now, because we're spreading across the table, like the same thing important to you is important to that next person, right? Some people, it's important to them is tradition, following tradition. That's important to them. Does tradition have to do with truth? No, not at all. What's important to some people is being loyal to their culture, right? Being loyal to my culture. Cool. Does your culture have anything to do with truth? No. Some people are, I want to be loyal to my race. That's what's important to me. My race. Right? Watch this now. So now, does your race have anything to do with what is true and what's not true? No. So I asked the question, what is important to you? Right? Because you have to first establish what's important to you. Me, what's important to me is that which is true. I want as many things in my life that are true and less things that are false. So now my guidance counter is different. My standard is different, right? So I have now created a standard, right, that I measure everything to, which is what? That which is true, right? Which would be different from someone, like I said, who's what's important to them is tradition, culture, race, and all these other things. So the $64,000 question for me is, what is important to you? First, that's first and foremost. Establish what's important. What's important to you?
I can pose a question to you, Brother Morpheus.
Yes, sir.
Is there a difference between truth and facts, or are they both the same thing?
Truth and fact? No, of course. But here's the difference. But this is where they make the difference, because truth, right? Some people, you have what's called subjective truth, and you have objective truth. You don't have subjective facts and objective facts.
and this is what I'm saying. You could argue.
Right.
You could argue that Christianity is true to someone else because it.
Right. No. But watch this though. Watch what happens. First watch. It's levels. Watch this. So the first level is that. Let's say it's truth. Cool. So if you agree on truth, now we go to the next level, which is what? Subjective truth or objective truth. So the first level is truth. First, let's say we agree, what to me is truth. Cool. Now we got to go to the next category. What kind of truth are we talking? Are we talking subjective truth? Or are we talking objective truth? Are we talking universal truth? It's levels to this. You understand what I'm saying? So you have to, you have to approach it in levels.
But sometimes in people's mind, all three of those things exist in their tradition and their culture.
Say it again.
Yeah, I'm hearing you.
Can you get a little bit louder? I'm sorry, I couldn't hardly hear you.
What I'm saying, sometimes all of those things are true when you're dealing with people's culture.
No, they're not. That's the point I mean, because if you're dealing with culture, that would be subjective. That would be that's not objective. That would be subjective.
So they have some objective truth in people's culture that you would probably agree with, because
okay, I'll give you a perfect example. Give me an objective truth.
Objective truth.
Give me give me an example in an objective truth that's objective to every culture, every tradition on the planet, no matter race or anything. Give me an objective truth for an example.
Belief in a higher power. Everyone.
No, that's not true. You already jumped off the cliff.
Hold on. Am I misunderstanding the term objective truth?
Okay, let me help you out. No, let me help you out. No, let me help you out. Gravity. Is gravity true to every culture and every tradition and every race on the planet?
I would think
gravity.
agree that there's gravity. I would believe so.
So gravity is true, right? So that would be an objective truth, right? That is something that's true to everybody. Do you agree?
Should be true, but pseudos don't believe in gravity.
Yes, mostly.
No, but no, the difference between it is it don't matter if you believe it. It can be demonstrated. It don't matter if you, that's why I said it's objective, because it doesn't matter what you believe. It doesn't matter your opinion. It can be demonstrated across the board.
Right, but people can demonstrate their beliefs.
No, I'm asking about gravity before we get there. Watch this now. So I'm asking you, that's why I asked you first, can you give me an objective one? So we landed on, as an example, gravity, right? So do you agree that that truth is true across the board? Would you agree or disagree?
Generally, yes.
Huh? I'm sorry?
It's true, but not accepted.
Because
It's true, but not
now,
accepted.
I've heard people say gravity doesn't exist.
But can anyone demonstrate, anybody demonstrate that gravity is not true? Can anybody demonstrate that?
Some
No, but
cultures
they don't
believe in
talk
density.
about it.
I don't.
No, I'm talking demonstrable, objectively verifiable, demonstrable.
No, nobody.
I'm not talking about what you believe.
Well, if everybody understood this, we would not have the problem.
Right, exactly. But that's why I'm approaching it the way I'm approaching it. Go ahead.
It's the rejection of facts and truth to some other subjective reason. That's the problem. And
that's the problem that I've been talking about and been conversating about for 20 something years, getting to this point, right? But if you don't get past A, you're never going to get to B and C and D and E. You're never going to get there if you don't start with A.
But that's why there are secret societies or society of secrets. That's why there are small organizations, right, that feed on the masses of the people who are in stupidity, right?
Yeah. But watch this. Yeah. I agree with you. But watch this. As a quick exercise, no disrespect to anybody, Pastor. Do you believe that your God is the same God as Brother Lamin's God?
I don't know what's Brother Law's God. Who is he or she?
Allah.
Oh, Allah.
Yes. Do you believe your God is the same God as his?
You know, I don't understand much about the Muslim religion to say, but one thing I can say is this, right? I think if I'm talking about I think that the Muslim believe in the creator God, right, or the one who creates. So if I were to speak to a Muslim who doesn't speak English, and I say the word God, and somebody's translating that word God into Islam or Muslim into Islam, right? The word they're going to use is Allah. So in that sense, I would say yes. In terms of the actual details of the doctrine, it may be different.
No.
Okay, stop right there.
That's not true.
Well, that
would be demonstrably wrong. Demonstrably wrong.
Okay.
So the point that I'm making, right, is that when we deal with different belief systems on the planet, different cultures, excuse me, traditions, right? So all these different people, right, have different gods. So let me ask you one question, Brother Pastor. What is the qualifications for a God? For something to be a God, what are the qualifications for something to be considered a God?
Certain divine or certain attributes, for instance, attribute of existence, eternal existence, right? The ability to create. So you have creator, eternality, superiority, supremacy, and so on and so forth. Right.
So according to you, those are the qualifications of what a God.
Those are some of the qualifications, yeah.
Yeah, those are the qualifications of what a God must meet. Those standards that you just explained. So if those are the standards that you, according to you, right, of what a God must meet to be considered a god. Am I correct?
Yeah. Well, you know, I'll say this way: that God reveals Himself. It's not that He must meet. You know, it's that He reveals Himself and He reveals His attributes and characteristics to us. Right. So in that revelation is where we
Okay.
learn about.
Okay. All right. Let's do this one at a time.
Yeah.
So, because I'm being specific in my questions when I ask, what are the qualifications?
You see, if I were to be as specific as you, I would say there's no qualifications, but it's a revelation. You see what I'm saying? So I was trying to answer your question to meet you, you know, to meet at your point or at your level. But in truth and indeed, I shouldn't say qualification because there's nothing. God eternally exists, right? He is eternal and everlasting. And if a creature, a being is not eternal or everlasting, he or it is not God, according to my understanding.
Okay.
Right? Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry. Say it again because you cut off.
Right.
All I heard was according to your understanding.
So what I'm saying is that let me bring this closer to myself. Okay. So what I'm saying then is
Okay.
that
Okay. Let's do it. Let's do it like this. Let me go down the list. So it's something to be qualified a God or qualifications. Would you say supernatural is one of them? It has to be supernatural.
What I go back to you and say, I wouldn't use the word qualify, because qualify meaning that you have to go through a certain examination or something to that effect. What I'm saying is that I wouldn't use the word qualify, but I just answer the question to facilitate conversation, right? But in terms of God, to know God, God has to be revealed, and God reveals Himself. If God does not reveal Himself,
No. Revealing Himself is an action.
Yeah.
No. Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. No, but I'm saying, but if you go off, we got to get back on it. We got to get back on the track before you go off.
And I didn't stop you
So,
Brother Morpheus, wait,
Pastor.
hold on. You have gone off too, because then you mentioned something that I wanted to come back and piggyback on from about 5-10 minutes ago. But I didn't stop you. I allowed you to speak, right? So in other words, and if you ask me a question, even though I'm saying something that you don't agree with, you gotta allow me to answer, man. You know? Because you said something earlier that I wanted to piggyback on, but you went all the way off, and we come to this point, and I'm facilitating the conversation, bro.
Because I'm going to demonstrate something. I'm not going to do a lot of talking. I'm going to literally demonstrate my point. But go ahead.
You are doing a lot of talking.
Okay, talk. Watch. Keep going. Watch. Keep going. This is going to be funny. Watch. Keep going.
No. It doesn't have to be funny. It doesn't have to be. Why is it that whenever we have a conversation, wait, hold on.
Crying is not allowed. Just keep going. Keep going.
Whenever we have a conversation, right? It has to be that.
Oh my God, brother, you're wasting time on this, Pastor. Keep going. Just keep going. Lay your argument.
Right.
Go.
No, I don't told you what I gave you an answer. Did I not? I responded to you, brother.
Pastor, please just go. I need you to get go ahead.
Go on what? Go on what? Because we went on different points. Go on what?
I asked a specific question about qualifications of what does something have to meet to be determined or qualified as a God. It's a simple question.
Yes, a simple question. And my response to you is you want me to, apparently you want me to give you an answer that's in your head. I do not have to answer you what's in your head. My response to you was, brother, that God is not qualified. God is revealed. That's it.
Can I answer the question, Brother Morpheus?
Yeah, because somebody answered because he don't seem to get where I'm answering. You can. You go.
Let me give you my view.
Okay, watch this. Watch this. If I asked you, what does something have to be qualified to be a human being? Could you answer that question?
Yes.
To be considered a human being, to be qualified as a human being, part of the human family. Would you have any problem at all answering that question? No special pleading. Huh?
No.
Right. So you could answer that question, correct?
Me or him?
No, you. I'm saying you would have no problem answering that question, right?
Can I answer the question?
My personal view is this: once you worship something, it becomes your God. Simple as that.
Okay, cool. That's a good answer. Cool. So then, the qualifications according to you, right, which is different from pastor. So your qualifications, right, is worshiping, right? Am I correct?
Yeah, but let me ask
So
something else.
you're adding on to it. Okay, good.
I think that God was created by a group of people who saw no divinity in themselves, so they made up a being that they had to run down and chase to find divinity because there was none in themselves. Because
Right. But that's what I didn't want to do. I agree with you, right? But that's not where I wanted to go about if human beings made it up or all that. That's a different conversation. I'm going on specific. So from you, what I got is worshiping. So in order for something to be qualified a god, it has to be worshipped. Am I correct?
the simple answer, yes. You must worship it
Thank
first.
you very much. Pastor, you see how easy that was? Now watch this. So now, for someone else or whoever's on the platform, what I'm asking you, because notice what difference we're getting. So pastor's standard is revealed. Something has to be revealed for to be a God. That's pastor's standard. My brother's standard is something has to be worshipped, right? Could be considered a God, correct?
Correct.
Well,
Cool.
I want to say this before because I'm very careful about some of my guests and everybody's on here. I deeply, deeply respect, right? So what I'm saying is Mark, you are absolutely correct. But I think that Pastor, if you ask him again, why don't we ask him again? So to give him more of a nuanced view on what it is given as he's thinking. So, Pastor, what are the qualifications to be a God?
And I'm going to respond again. God is not qualified.
You can't conceptualize God.
Wait, let him finish. Let
Right.
my
God is
pastor.
not qualified. God is revealed.
Look, Scarnetta got his pastor, his captain. I got my pastor. That's Philip Baines.
Okay. So God is not qualified. God is revealed. And if Brother Morpheus remember, that's why he said to me, I'm talking a lot, but he was talking a lot. The first thing I said eternality, right? To be God. I'm not talking about all them other gods. I'm talking about the God that I saw. For him to be God, he has to be eternal or ever existing, right? So that made that one quality. There are more qualities, but that one is stands out for me.
Okay.
The ever existence of God. And I
Pastor.
answered that way, but it was not sufficient for Brother Morpheus. He wanted for me to give him.
Well, Pastor, let me say this. Okay.
Yeah, because he's missing it. Go ahead.
We only have claims that any God is revealed. Claims by men. That
Thank
is
you.
subjective. We don't have evidence that any God is.
You got ahead of me, Reg. That's where I was going to get to, right? But he's gone. I'm trying to walk him. I'm trying to walk.
I'm nice to my pastor. This is my
Right.
pastor.
Right.
This not your pastor, right? This is not Law's imam. This is my pastor, right? So, so the problem is, right, going back to the original show, right, with Ron Hayes and when I threw in Billy, right? These are claims. At some point, we have to stop at the claim, and we're looking at the attributes of what should happen. But the reality is, only if you, well, I know where Morpheus is going because he beats me up all the time on this, right? But don't beat up on my pastor.
No, it's okay.
No, we not beat. No. We not beat. There's no beating up on anybody. Actually, for that matter, I'm trying to arrive at somewhere. Right.
Right.
Let me show you where I'm trying to arrive
Wait,
at.
Pastor's trying to talk, Marv.
Yeah, because
I'm sorry.
what happened when we were talking about this thing about why, because that was my main interest, right? And you know, but let me say this, right? If you want to have a conversation with me about God and religion, I could come on. You know, you could ask me 99 questions and beat me up however you want. I don't care. But what it is that when we were talking about the information and why this pseudo kind of information, right, is so magnetic and attractive to so many people. Brother Morpheus, you had said something about following tradition. I agree with you, right? But when it comes to tradition, right, if I'm following tradition, it becomes incumbent on me to learn the tenets of that tradition, so that anybody, once I learn the tenets of that tradition, right, anybody can come and just tell me anything, and I just jump and say, oh, that's my tradition. I have to learn what my tradition is. That's the point I was trying to get back at, right? So if I learn what the tenets of my tradition is, when somebody comes with another aspect, something that's not in the foundational, I have the scope to say, you know what, let me question this, right? And apparently, this is not happening so much with the information. Anybody that may have, let's say, eloquence or the gift of gab, as we say, they can come and spew anything and it's just received. So if we have, if it's scientific, religious, accounting, mathematics, if you have 1 + 1 equal 2 in mathematical principle, so if somebody come and say 1 + 1 = 3, you have every right to question, right, and to critique. That's the point I was trying to bring out. But again, if you want to have a comment, I don't understand why every time I come on, it's always goes to if you want to do that, call me and interrogate me. It's fine.
I don't want to interrogate. No, I don't want to interrogate you. What I'm going to do is very simple. Reg, can you do me a favor? Please.
Yes.
Can you share with the people, right, the definition of pseudo? This is very important. This is very important because what Pastor just said, and he was referring to Billy Carson and him being pseudo and so forth, right? But because this word gets thrown around a lot, right? But what I would like to do, I want to put the nail in the coffin, right? I want to put the nail in the coffin. Can you please put up the definition of pseudo, Reg?
I am.
All right, thank you.
Me a second. Give me a second. I'm going to go to a great source. And so give me a second to copy it in the chat. Give me a second. Okay, so I'm going to give you a complete definition of pseudo, not just a simple definition, but a.
And while Brother Regine is doing that, I see Brother Morpheus is making some conclusion that I don't know if he understands what I'm saying. I'm not.
No. I got you. I got you 100%.
Let me say something. You said I'm saying that in connection to Billy Carson. No, I'm saying it in general. I'm not coming at Billy Carson. I'm saying in general, and I give the example in religious fields. I don't know about Islam, right? Maybe Brother La could talk more about that, but I could talk in something about my religion. Is like.
I got you. No problem. I ain't got no problem with you. I have no problem with you.
Morpheus.
Yes, sir.
See, my understanding as God is, first you had to be taught religion. And I stand firm on this. The first God I ever known was my mother, then my father.
Absolutely.
You know, when I came out the womb, I knew how to suckle. That's nature. You know, I wasn't taught that. So, with the God concept, it get a little.
I applaud you. You know what, bro? I applaud you. I applaud every single syllable that came out your mouth just now.
Yeah, but I gotta backtrack.
But you gotta understand. First things first is when you say God.
Backtrack. I gotta backtrack because in the context that we're talking about, the person that you are trying to call God, right? That particular person will have told you that defer to another factor that's God, right? So
but let's go deeper.
But watch this. Let Reg finish.
Hold on, Morpheus.
Go ahead, Reg. Let Reg finish. Go ahead.
Check this out. Okay, say you go get you I'm gonna do it quick. Go get a Bentley or whatever. That Bentley is not gonna run without a battery, right? And within our understanding, the black woman, the woman passes on what? Mitochondria. We don't pass that on. We can't. The battery of life, everything to keep you going, is passed on through that woman.
Well, that's not exactly true, you know.
That's facts.
Can I say something? Right,
That's
real
facts.
quick.
I'm talking
Right,
about
while Reg
facts.
is pulling that up. Hold
Yeah,
on.
no,
While Reg is pulling that up.
I have it, but
Watch this. Watch this. What I'm trying to say is this. This is a perfect example of why I take this conversation the way I took it. Because this God thing is the most ambiguous word and term on the planet. Because as we see, it means something different to every single body you talk to.
Yeah.
Right? It means that word God or understanding or terminology that we're calling God means something different to every single body you talk to. So like my brother is just breaking down now. He said, based on his understanding, it's his parents. That's his mom. And you can't disagree with him. There's no way you could disagree with anything that he just said, right? Because his mom was responsible, right, for his existence, right? So on his understanding, he could rightly say that. That's my God, based on his understanding.
That doesn't make it
Let
true.
me finish. That's why I asked you what was the qualifications. That's why I asked that question, because to you, Pastor, you named these things are eternal. He has to reveal himself. He has to. So you gave your definitions of what that. Even though you don't like the word qualifications, we all on this panel and listening understand clearly what I'm saying and what we're talking about, right? So according to you, those are the expectations that it has to meet for you to determine it a God. The other brother who's speaking, those are his expectations, right? You understand what I'm saying? So depending on who you talk to, that is going to change. That is going to change. It's ambiguous. So that's why when I ask questions, I am specific on my questions. I don't leave room for ambiguity. I'm specific on my questions. So Reg, did you pull up pseudo?
Yes, it's on the screen.
Can you read it, please?
All right, family. Please do not get upset, triggered, hurt. No one's calling anybody a pseudo on my show. But a pseudo is a prefix derived from the Greek word pseudes, meaning false or lying. It is used to describe something that is not genuine, not authentic or real, but rather pretends or appears to be so. The term pseudo can be applied in various contexts. As a standalone adjective, it refers to something that is fake or counterfeit. As a prefix, when attached to other words, it denotes a false or pretended version of something, a close or deceptive resemblance to something, an attempt to appear as something without actually being it. Right? 1 second. It's just got to go down. Sorry. Okay. Because it's kind of, the word is kind of harsh. For example, a pseudo intellectual is someone who tries to appear knowledgeable or educated but lacks genuine depth of understanding. We have a lot of that in this community. Pseudoscience refers to claims or practices that are presented as scientific but lack scientific validity. We have a lot of that in this community. In scientific context, particularly in chemistry, pseudo can also indicate an isomer or related form of a specified compound, a close structural similarity to something else. Overall, pseudo serves as a versatile term to describe entities, concepts, or phenomena that possesses an appearance of authenticity, but lack the genuine qualities or substance of what they claim or seem to be. So, is there something else on pseudo that you want me to inquire about?
So based on what we just read on the definition of pseudo, right? Give me your short version of what pseudo is to you?
Again, it depends on where you're applying it to. If it's a person, right? It's a
A
person,
thing, a thing. Let's just say a thing.
right? If it's a thing, then it's false. Like
Myth.
a chain that someone is paying off as a gold chain, but it's really a fake chain, a tinted chain, right? So a person's is a person's actions, who the person is, what the person is saying. A pseudo is false. When it comes to an object, then the object is being to be presented as if it's something that it's not, right? Um, and so if it's scientific, it seems like it's got the ick on it, right? That means it's like science. It means, but it's not necessarily like science. Like chemetic is like chemet, but not necessarily chemet. So it could be pseudo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay.
So, Brother
Good.
Morpheus, Brother
Yeah,
Morpheus,
good.
can I
Yeah.
just say one word? Myth can be pseudo.
What can be
Can
pseudo?
Myth. Myth.
Yes. So
Myth.
we have to look into.
But at the same time, some myths have attributes of some truth.
Well, all myths do.
Like I can tell a story. I can tell a story because I can tell a story that's myth, but it have truth of life.
It has to be applied and compared to make it unambiguous. See, that's one of the things that Morpheus is talking about, the unambiguousness of it. You could find things, you could find truth in everything, but if the falseness outweighs the truthfulness, then what you're getting is you're getting pseudo information using truth.
So me saying my first God that I've ever known was my mother.
Okay, so it's
That's
the
not
same
pseudo.
problem. It's the same problem with like in the Bible, right? When did Mary ever say, right, that her son was God? When did Mary when did Mary ever say to Jesus that he was the Son of God? When did
She
Mary?
never did.
She never
Okay.
said, and Jesus never
So
said.
when you say your mother is God, when did your mother ever say that she was your goddess?
That's with instincts.
Well, when
That
did
was
she
that,
say
that was my
directly?
higher. I'm talking about that was my higher.
When no, that's your perception. When
But
did she
I'm
say
talking
that?
about. Okay, well let's take God. Let's take God. Let's take God, the word God, out of it.
No, because that's what we're talking
Well,
about.
okay, well the higher power, the being of my existence and everything, me coming out of her, and I went according to nature of how I
That's
get
your
nourished was
perception.
her.
I agree, but that's your perception. What I am saying is that most mothers ultimately direct you. I learned this from Dr. Ben. Uh, she's the one who's going to say who your father is, and then it becomes confusing, right? Your father is this person, right? Her husband, but your father's also God, right? And so most mothers are the ones who begin the problem with confusion.
Well, we not we that's confusion. We on topic of
Yeah, but I'm telling you, directly matter what happens. She's going to tell you that, okay, this is your dad, but your real father is this person in this book or this belief.
yeah,
All
but then
cultures.
that's taught to you.
But she's going to say it. And so what happens is that's all what we're dealing with, how you are taught. Right? How you are taught, not what you perceive, because you're not perceiving that anybody is a god when you're a baby. Just give me the milk, give me the breast, right? Change me, right? Change me. I don't feel good. Help me, right? I'm sick, right? Later, you are told that someone is a deity or a god bigger than both of us who we should believe in.
You see, this is why I went where I went. Remember, you see, I'm showing you how ambiguous this word and term is, right? Right? Are you actually seeing this? Right? Y'all are witnessing right now. Everybody on this here panel is intelligent, right? Not to take anything from anybody. Everybody's intelligent, right? Intelligence may vary on different levels, but when we come to this word or this term God, it has a different meaning to everybody here. If I brought a 5%er on this here stage right now and ask him what God is, he's going to give a different meaning to the brother pastor, to brother Law, to me, to Reg. Everybody's going to have a whole different meaning, a whole different definition of this term. Ain't that something, Reg?
That's true, because, and then we all get messed up because then we find that it's a Germanic word, right?
Yes.
Right. And then we're really messed up. But then we say, well, what I mean is, right? What I mean is, you get caught by using the word God, which we should not use. Like, for example, the Hebrews should never use God. They should use El, right? Or or Yahweh, or Yahweh, right? They lose their faith and they end up calling that person God. Why? Because of the language that we use makes it ambiguous.
Yeah. May I say something
right.
on the ambiguity of this? May I say something, or may I please?
Yes, of course.
Okay. So, part of the thing is this, right? So, even though God is pretty much incomprehensible, right? Unfathomable. So what happens, I think I did say initially, Brother Morpheus, that it's that and a lot more attributes, right? So even though I may say, okay, for me, eternality is the main thing, right? When the brother says, God to me is mother and father, God to me is not, I'm not talking about literal mother and my literal father necessarily, but God to me is like mother and father too. Somebody may say, but I forget what the other person said, but let's say somebody say love. God to me is also love, because God is so big, huge, and wide, unfathomable, unsearchable, incomprehensible, right? So it could mean a lot of things, not just one thing in particular, right? But it could mean a lot of things to a lot of different people. That's why you see you have different, what you call doctrine within the religions. I'm quite certain even within Islam. I don't want to talk for Islam, but you have a lot of attributes of God, not just one. While he might be eternal, he might be also infinite, loving, caring, and a whole lot of attributes. So it's not just one. So
so Pastor, right?
Yeah.
You said that he's incomprehensible. Am I correct?
Yes.
So what does that mean, incomprehensible?
Incomprehensible means unable to be fully understood. No, it mightn't be fully unable to be understood. But when we say,
of course, stop. Let's go no further. Let's go no further.
Come on,
so God.
Let me finish what
brother,
I'm saying.
God. Hold on, I'm saying you just.
Let him finish.
Come on, let me finish, man. Gosh, man, like you can't ask me a question and then I'm not going to talk.
Okay. So go ahead. Go ahead.
So when it means unable to be understood, right? In our theology or in our doctrine, it's not that you cannot understand anything at all about God, but you cannot understand him exhaustively. You can't understand and know everything about him. That is what incomprehensibility is really talking about, bro.
No, if I look up incomprehensible, that doesn't mean what you just said. You just made up your own understanding. We could pull it up right now. That's not. Watch this now. No, I let you talk. I let you talk, Pat. I didn't cut you off.
You're right.
So incomprehensible, Rev, right? That's what it means, right? According to you. Am I right, Reg? That he just said incomprehensible, which means that it's above all comprehension. right? So you can't comprehend it, right? So you can't comprehend God. So will you also agree that God is above human understanding? Would you agree to that too?
You're not saying what
Yes,
I said,
because that's
Morpheus. No,
incomprehensible. But
Morpheus,
anyway, guys,
you're just not saying what I said. And that's the thing. You're not saying what I said. And this is, if this is about winning an argumentation, then that's one thing. But you're not saying what I said. When I told you what I understand incomprehensible to mean, I also went on to say, when we say incomprehensible, we don't mean that you cannot understand anything at all about God, but that you cannot understand him exhaustively. That means you cannot understand everything about God. That's it.
so what? So pastor, since you're a pastor, what chapter and verse can I find what you just said? What chapter and verse?
Yeah.
Pastor.
Let me just tell you this, right? That's like a.
So it's not in there. Okay.
No. Let me just no. You see, because I've listened to many of you here, right? When you say what chapter and verse, you're looking for words verbatim, and quite often you fully well know that when we
So it's not in there, basically. Okay.
So, can I ask you a question?
So hold on, let me finish.
Can I ask you a question?
Hold on, let me finish. So is God above human understanding?
Yes.
See what?
Okay, so stop. I want everybody to pay attention. So God is above human understanding. You just said yes. You also said God is incomprehensible, is the exact word that you chose, which means we can't comprehend it. Cool. So let's follow that. So if he's above human understanding and he's incomprehensible, how do you proceed to try to have an intellectual conversation with something you just admitted you don't even understand?
No, I didn't say
that's above your comprehension. Watch this. No, you just let me finish.
Okay.
You just admitted you can't possibly understand it. You just admitted that. You say we can't comprehend it. Wait, let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Okay, you're right.
Let me finish. Did anybody else on here hear this man just say that he's above human understanding, or am I bugging?
No, he did say no. To his credit, he said not all things are understandable.
No. He said anybody. Oh, okay. Anybody else? What did he say? When I asked a specific direct question, what did he say?
He said incomprehensible.
And did he also say, when I asked directly, is God above human understanding? What did he say?
He said yes.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You can't save him, I'm Reggie. You can't save him. I asked direct questions. I asked him directly, is God above human comprehension? Human understanding was my exact words. And you said yes. Then I said behind it, is he incomprehensible? You said yes. So then based on that, I asked, how are you having an intelligent conversation about something that you just admitted you don't understand? How does that work?
He's trying to have a nuanced conversation.
I'm not a nuanced person. I'm direct. That's why I asked specific. But that's why I asked that. That's why this is why I asked specific, direct, unambiguous questions. That's what I do.
Can I respond?
Okay, he's back in.
Okay.
Ding, ding, ding. Ding, ding, ding. Pass it back in. Let's go.
Brother Morpheus, right? You have ignored, and when you say I have a nuance, almost every word in the English language have more than one meaning. There are nuances to each word. But you have ignored my explanation. You want to stick at pure definition, right? And what I did was I said, okay, what we mean by incomprehensible, it's not that you cannot understand.
You broke up there, Pastor Phil.
No, there is somebody trained.
Well, let me jump in here
and say something, Morpheus, and you might be surprised to hear me say this.
Somebody got to mute their mic.
Yeah.
No,
He
paused.
paused. Pastor. There's a pastor still.
Wait,
Somebody got the mic. Pastor still talking.
Jump up.
I didn't hear him.
Okay.
He dropped off, boy.
Somebody got there.
Jose got his mic open. Okay. So I don't know what happened to my pastor. Y'all be cool with my pastor, right? Morpheus, you're very, very direct, and I understand. It's just that we do have a lot of people in the audience and so we want to walk with them. I'm not trying to push anybody over the cliff, right? So so you have to work with me.
Reggie, is more so this: understanding who you're having a dialogue with, and most people don't understand that Morpheus has a tendency, whether you perceive it as being small, minute, or big, will giving you a gracious walk as if you were a little child in the playground, and he walking you to the swings, but he's also walking you through a landmine. You step back and walk towards the swing, and if you step on a landmine, he's going to let you explode.
No, you're not gonna. You're gonna blow up. So Morpheus lets you blow up. So he's not gonna have no pity if that is true, and you know that. And
but
all I'm saying, listen, all I'm saying is words have meaning.
I feel like
right? All I'm saying, I'm sorry. All I'm saying, look, bro, words have meanings, right? We live all.
Hold on. I feel like Morpheus don't try to lead you off for the wolves. You know, if you're gonna learn, or if you're gonna, engage in the conversation, it's best sometimes to listen. Because I don't have the answers to everything. And then if he say something, I'm gonna say, man, put me on game. But I'm not gonna engage into a conversation that, I don't see where he going, but at the same time, I'm taking myself to the wolves. This is I'm not gonna embarrass myself without saying, well, I don't know. That's all people gotta do from jump.
Here's my thing,
bro,
right?
I don't know.
One of the things, right, that our elders tried to teach us is thinking. I'm trying to bring us back. If I contribute anything, my thing is thinking, critical thinking, critical thinking. That's all. It's very simple. Words have meanings. We operate on a day-to-day basis, all right, in communication, words, and these words have meanings. So for me, if you said to me, Morph, can you teach me about the fundamental or the mathematical equations of something? And I tell you, I don't understand it. I was to say quantum physics something, and I go, I don't understand it. If I just tell you I don't understand it, it's above my education, it's above my understanding. If I say that to you, would it make sense to me then to proceed in a conversation about that very same subject that I just told you I don't understand? Would that make sense?
Not at all.
Not at all.
Right. Right. So then when we say God is above our human comprehension, God is above our understanding, right? And then proceed to have a conversation about the thing that you just said you don't understand, behooves the hell out of me.
Morph, now you got a problem. I'm in Rob McCarthy. He just hit the building. He's saying, and you also don't understand God, bro. I'm in Rob McCarthy is, man.
McCarthy said that you also don't understand God. Is that what did he just say? Because I'm on my phone, I can't hear it. He said, I don't understand God. Is that what he just said?
Because he said. Okay, here's
That's the comment, yes.
No.
He said, and I also don't understand God, correct?
Yes.
Hey. Can I ask you a question, bro?
Wait, hold on 1 second. Pastor Phil is back in, and I didn't hear from Joe Wise. And Joe is wise. So I hear from my brother Joe Wise. So let me get Joe Wise in first, because he's been patiently waiting, been disciplined, hasn't said nothing. Joe Wise, you on and pop it.
Okay, can you hear me clear?
Crystal.
Okay, peace to the panel, man. Peace to everybody on the panel. And
Peace,
I've been
brother.
enjoying the conversation, and I've heard a lot of different things, and especially from my brother Morpheus. he's a different type of animal, but I like the way he put it. He makes it direct, and what I want to say is, far as when it is a touchy thing when it comes to that word God, it would mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. So I guess it's all up to the individual what God is, So I want to ask Mr. Morpheus, what is God to you, if you have one?
Oh my God! Please don't ask him that.
Yeah, I just want to. I'm just curious.
Oh,
Okay. One, this is going to answer your question, and also Brother Armin Ra McCartney, right at the same time.
Okay.
I don't prescribe to God, gods, or any of the such, right?
Okay.
I don't prescribe to any of that stuff. None of it. I don't prescribe to it. So for Armin Ra McCartney say, you don't understand God. I'm like, how could I understand something that I don't prescribe to? That didn't make any sense, right? So to you, my brother, I don't prescribe to any of that. None of that, God or gods. None of it. But the thing about it is, we in this community do. So that's why I'm addressing and I'm demonstrating and showing that how ambiguous this word and this term is, and different understanding, and it means different things. So you're never going to get clear, you follow me, as a community on, well, my God is better than your God is better than my God is the song that this is my God. And it's like, wow, do y'all see what's happening? I'm like, are y'all really paying attention to what's going on? So we got some people who will say, watch this, they don't that God is above your understanding. Okay, cool, no problem. We can't comprehend God. Okay. Is God detectable? No. He's not detectable. Right. Okay, so let's put this on the list. We got something A, you don't understand. It's above your understanding. B, you can't comprehend it. C, right? He's indetectable. D, does he interact with us? Does he interact?
Yeah, alien.
I'm asking the question. Does he interact?
There are claims of interaction.
Back to all these things are claims. All of them are claims. So then now we go to the next point. Now we're at the next stage. All of those things are claims. So now we're at the next stage of is what? How do you prove a claim? How do you demonstrate a claim now? So now we got where I was trying to go. We started with A, what it is, right? What it means, all this stuff. So now we arrive at the next stage. How do you prove a claim? Forget religion, just anything in life. How do you prove a claim?
What I put up earlier, right? You have to be able to measure it first. If you cannot measure it, then you can't falsify it because it's not measurable.
Okay, so then put that on the list. So is God falsifiable?
No.
He's not understood. So how can it be falsified?
Thank you. Now, so we're getting somewhere, right? Oh, somebody got an echo.
Yeah, that's Jose, my brother Jose.
Okay, so now let's go down this whole thing. So if I started with what is the qualifications. My brother didn't like the word qualifications. That's fine, right? But what does something have to meet or stand for to be considered a god? We went through all that. Then we went to the next stage about understanding. Is above understanding? Yes. Incomprehensible? Yes. Okay, then we got to the next one, which was what? Interaction. Does he interact, right? Interact with us? Is he so now what was the other one read? Falsifiable. Right. Can it be falsified? Can this God that we don't understand, can't comprehend, right? Or it's like what are we doing right now, yo?
But hey,
Wait 1
we got to
second.
go
So my
back
good
to
brother,
our mothers.
Yassab.
Our
Wait 1
mothers
second. 1
fit
second.
all
My
those
brother good.
qualifications.
Wait 1 second. My brother Yassab. You have to turn on your mic. I just put you on just to talk to you, but you have to turn on your mic. I mean, you have to turn on your camera. Because
just 1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
Okay. All right. Well, at least you spoke. You sound rational. So I'll give you a second. All right. I'm sorry to interrupt who I was talking to. Somebody was speaking.
Morpheus.
No, there was you met her. You was saying something before I interrupted.
Yeah, all the qualifications that you spoke on was our mothers.
Okay, so
I'm talking about if you don't agree with it or not, but go down that list again and see if they ain't talking
but that's
about
my
your mom.
point. See, but that's the point. That's the exercise that I'm doing right now. And the exercise is that when I say it means different things to different people, that is the exercise that I'm demonstrating and who's to say who's right or wrong? But what I'm demonstrating right now is this ambiguity, because when listening to the pastor, brother pastor gave his. Right, he literally gave. He's got to be. He's what do you say? Supernatural and whatever his list was. That's what it means to him. That's what it means to him. Cool, respectfully. That's what it means to you. Got you. So those are his claims. Those are the claims that he made. Right, that what it means to him. Fantastic. You just gave me yours. What it means to you. Fantastic. Different things. So both claims, or all three claims, I asked the next level question. How do we now falsify the claims, whether it's Christianity, whether it's Hebrew, whether it's Islam, whether it's India, whether it's Sufism, whether it's Ugun, whatever it is, they all making claims. How do we demonstrate if the claim is true? Whatever it is.
It's basically something that I know. I don't know about no other claims. I know about my mama. Somebody else, and that's just being real, bro.
Okay.
So
God is a masculine word, right? It's a masculine word, right? So in the language that we use, she would have to be your goddess, right? In the language that we use. This is a problem with ambiguity of language, right? And so we have to be, that's the problem. We are all intelligent. We all use this language. Some people know this language a little bit better than us. Some people are strictly definitions. But when you go outside of the definitions, then you go into further ambiguity, right? So there are attributes of God that there is no one definition of God. There are different theological points of view on God. We've heard at least one. I'm in Rob McCarthy. I don't know where he is, but if you listen to somebody in the Yoruba faith, you get another concept. If you listen to somebody on the Nile Valley, you will get another
You'll get
one.
a whole nother concept.
But we can start with belief. It's
Thank you.
We can start with belief, and then when we Yes. Go ahead.
Yes, yeah, exactly.
Hey,
So now,
brother Marcus,
so now
don't get me
we are
wrong. I'm
right.
not arguing about what you're saying. I'm just
No, no,
saying,
but no. Let me say something. Right, we're not arguing with each other on saying who's wrong or right. What I'm pointing out an exercise right now, and what we're looking at with this exercise, right? This is a logical. We're going to deal with logic. I don't know how everybody feels, but logic. I don't. Well, let me ask before I go further. Does everyone here agree with logic?
yeah, I agree with.
Does everybody agree with logic? That's one person said yes.
It all
Does everybody
depends
agree with
on. It
logic?
all depends on because everybody logic ain't the same.
Let me say
See, here
something.
we go. Now, so everybody. All right.
Okay, Pastor is back.
Can I just say something, if you don't mind? When it comes to the subject of God, I mean, it depends on who you're speaking to and from what angle they're coming from. Because you just said that, in African culture, for instance, you might say that Yoruba have their gods and this other tribe has their gods. But what you fail to understand is that, yes, we might have different names for these gods, but we understand that it's the same God. That's why, and most of our festivals and our practices are the same, are virtually the same. So we understand the connection within each other. But because you don't understand that, you look at it as it's something different. Basically, everybody is different doing this and doing that. The difference comes when all these other religions interfere, basically, within the culture.
Okay, so you said that all those gods are the same, correct?
Yes.
Can you demonstrate all those gods are the same? The Yoruba one, the Islamic one, the Judaic one, the
No,
Christian.
I'm talking just the
you?
African gods. I'm not talking about
Oh, you're
the
talking about just the
Arabic
African
gods.
gods.
Yeah, just the African
Okay.
gods I'm talking about. Yeah.
Okay. So then back to what that takes me back to A, which was what? Culture. Remember I said
Right.
culture and
Yes, you did.
tradition?
Yeah. Yeah,
Right.
correct.
Thank you very much. That's why I was saying that. Right. And you just brought it right back to what I was talking about. Right. So I agree with you. Right. So we got it. See, this whole thing is like an onion. It's like an onion. Unfortunately, the more you peel, the more tears gonna come to your eyes. You
To
understand what
an
I'm saying?
extent, but I think it's straightforward because you see, when people are looking at the concept of God, they always go outside of themselves, which is like you just said, the Arabic, the Hebrew, the Hindu, whatever. That's not our stuff. And that's what we have to bear in mind, no matter where you are, because you have to look in the mirror, you know what I'm saying, and see that you're not from Hindustan, you're not from Israel, you're not from, I mean, I'm talking the modern day Israel. I'm not an Israelite either, but I'm just saying, you're not from there, you're not from the Arab place. So why are you worshiping their God? Why are you not connecting to where you come
Right,
from?
right. But unfortunately, even within the African culture and tradition, right? Right? It still has to be demonstrated that they are true. I understand within the culture and within the practice of the culture, they believe, right, that these gods exist, right? So that operates within the belief system of the culture. I'm trying to get past belief. That's what I'm
But
trying to
it's
do.
not
Because if I'm
belief.
dealing with, let
It's
me
not a
finish.
belief, Morpheus. It's not a belief. It's a knowing because it's a passed down information. I mean, you're
Watch
reading
this. No,
something.
no, 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 no. It's not a knowing. It's a belief. It can't. If it cannot be demonstrated, well, let me ask you: can it be demonstrated objectively?
You keep
Objectively,
saying
can
this
it be
word
demonstrated?
objectively. Okay, so let me give you an example, right? So if you're a singer, you have a son, basically. Are you gonna write down stuff for him so that he can memorize some stuff? So that no, you take him into the studio, you show him how to sing. That's first hand, and then he teaches his son. That's still first hand information, and it
No,
keeps
but I
going
can
down.
show you my son. But the difference is, I can listen. I can show you my son that everyone can verify that my son exists. That's what I'm asking about. Objective. So
We are
if
the
my
evidence.
son,
Morpheus,
Huh?
we are the evidence. We are the
No,
evidence
no,
today.
no, no,
Then
no, no, no.
why would you
Okay,
disagree
go
with
ahead.
that?
Let me go. Wait. Okay. So first of all, as much as you're enjoying it, it's 11:40. So I've been on for about a few hours, and I have gotten very little support. I have got some support, but I'm gonna go on a few more minutes. It's 11:40 to about 12:05, maybe. Okay. But let me just say this. Okay. The proper definition of what a god is in Western thought is a supreme being or ultimate reality, a perfect, omniscient, omnipotent, and omnibenevolent benevolent entity. The cause, uncaused first cause, an eternal, immutable, and transient being. Now, you can have a belief that uh, you have a belief that this entity that you're talking about exists, right? The question on Morpheus' side is that he beats me up almost every other day on this, right? If not every day, is in fact, right, proof. So the issue is going down to the last few minutes. I can understand your claims. I can understand your belief, and I respect them. I just want from all of you smidgens of proof, whatever it is, that there is a God. That's it. So, because remember where this started from, it didn't start from here. It started in a worse situation with claims of Billy Carson and what Hayes says was angelic beings, light beings, which I was trying to expose there the problems that we are having here today. If you believe in a God, that's your faith, right? You don't have to question or answer anybody. But if you do want to defend it, then you're welcome to defend it against people who have different faiths or don't believe it at all. You are welcome. But the same way that they're not going to be able to convince you, you're not going to be able to convince them. But if you want to enter into the arena, that's fine, right? That's fine. And so all I can just say is ding, ding, ding. And and it's helpful to our audience that's watching. We have about 106 people watching. I want to thank everyone else. I wish you would donate $1 to me. That would be $100. But nevertheless, right, where I want to stop this is that people try to convince people. But if a person has a serious question, right, that needs to be answered, then the question should be answered and we should move moved on. So, Pastor Phil, you're back in the building. What's going on, my good brother?
Yeah. You know what? Let me say, I would like to have a conversation with probably Brother Morpheus, and where we could take our time and go through different, talking points or whatever the case is, because here it's kind of short and then you got to keep moving and moving and moving, right? One, and Brother Morpheus made some points to which I would have liked to piggyback, but the time is not permitting. Because, of course, when you talk about logics, there's different kinds of logics and reasoning and argumentations, right? You have valid and invalid conclusions. So just because somebody may be logical, their conclusion may be invalid. So that even though it's logical, it's an invalid reasoning or invalid conclusion. So, if I know it's invalid, do I have to agree with it because it's logical? Not necessarily. And just because it may be illogical doesn't mean that it's wrong. For instance, when we say things like I'm going with the consensus, that means the majority of whatever, right, agrees. Well, just because the majority may agree with a particular point doesn't make them right necessarily, right? So these are things that I would like to talk about. but not in a case where we just kind of get cut off here quickly, and you just have to answer my question like you are my
Well,
child.
you said a lot, Pastor. To your credit, you did say a lot, and so you have my number, and
No, I don't have your number, Reggie. I have
huh?
your I don't have your number. I have your email.
You have my email, so email me. I'll send you my number
Yeah,
again.
okay, I'll do it again. Yeah.
And then if you choose to talk to Morpheus and get your whole point out, it's your choice. But you obviously see Mr. Morpheus, right? And his thing is, I'm just gonna let you know, Pastor, he's gonna make you prove your belief.
Yeah. And that wouldn't be Mr. Morpheus would not be the first person attempting to do that with me.
Oh, okay. Game on.
So it's not something that I am unaccustomed to, right? What else I want to say? I'm
Game
sorry.
on. But you do understand that, okay, so is your belief the same? Is your belief in God? Does the Bible, I'm just letting you know who Morpheus is, right? Because I don't want him to talk, because I don't want him to talk yet, right? But are you going to use the Bible to prove your belief?
Well, actually, when you think of it, if I believe something, why do I have to prove it? If I tell you that I believe something, why are you requiring me to prove it? Don't you think if I could have proven it, I would tell you that I know it or I don't?
Well, it was simple, only because you said that you would like to talk.
Yeah, no, because it's not just about believing, because this conversation wasn't about God until I came on. This conversation was about like wrong, maybe not the word pseudo, right? But the kind of information to which people, and that's what you were believed in, Brother Reggie, in my understanding, the information that people gravitate to. And when you have the proper information, people don't gravitate to that.
Right.
That's what the conversation was about. But until I came on, this thing went to God, and I didn't raise God. So,
well, I wasn't on it. I was watching the show. So when I came on, this is the reason why I came on, right? And there was a reason. This was the reason, right? Is while we were going after what's the brother name? Brother Hayes? Is that his name, Reg?
Yeah, I wasn't going after him. I was politely debunking or reviewing.
Yeah, but debunk. So watch this. So when we listen to brothers like that, right? And then we say, man, these dudes are pseudo. Watch this now. They're pseudo. He's teaching this false information, this outrageous stuff about Anunnakis, right? Ancient Sumeria, Inky, Enlil, and all light beings. Well, so listen to the show. I'm hearing light beings. I'm hearing Anunnakis. I'm hearing all this stuff that we are sitting here, right? Not we here, but people are sitting. They said, this dude's nuts. This dude's crazy stuff he's saying. Yet the same people, if we go, because if we're going to watch it, if we're going to have a standard, right? If we're going to have a standard and there's no special pleading, there's no special pleading for nobody. Nobody's safe. And we're going to say, let's slap this across the board and hold everyone to the very same exact standard. Then guess what happens? By Christianity, by Islam, by Judaism, because thank you, brother, because this is what we're doing. This is exactly what's happening. And I'm sitting back watching this and going, wow, are y'all checking this out? Wow, are y'all really seeing what's happening? That's why I came in with what I came in with.
Okay, let me say something. When I came in and I asked the question, Brother Reggie and Anil, I wasn't asking about a particular person, but I didn't even have them in mind because I don't like doing that, going after people like that, right? I was asking this question in general because, and I did say, when you look at across different walks of life, not only in, let's say, scientific world, in the religious world, I said even in the financial world, you have people with bad information, and it looked like those people with the bad information or improper information, they garner a bigger crowd, and the question was why. So I wasn't talking about whatever the guy name and the other brother. No, I'm not talking about nobody personally, but I was asking this
But
because
Pastor, that's not true because
Can I say something?
nobody has a bigger listen. Nobody has a big. Let me finish. Nobody has a bigger crowd than Christianity. There's 2.5 billion Christians.
Can I
Wait, wait,
say?
wait, wait,
Can
wait.
I?
Let me
Can
finish.
I?
Look,
Can I?
let
Can
me
I say
finish. But
something? Can I say something?
can I finish, please? And I'll let you
Okay.
go. Right.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
but what I'm saying is, if we're looking at this guy, Billy Carson or Hayes, whatever, and they have what we're calling outrageous claims, supernatural light beings, Anunnakis, Nibiru, right, Nidhosag, right, all this stuff, right? Watch this now. And we say, hey, look, he's got 1 million followers. He's got 1 million followers. But when we look over, if I say, hold up, well, Christianity got 2.5 billion with the same kind of outrageous claims.
I still don't think you understand what I'm saying, Morpheus. I still really don't think you understand what I'm saying. Because you're attacking Christianity. I wasn't saying anything about Christianity.
But your belief is tied to it.
No. I'm not talking about what I was saying, right? Okay, let's take out religion. Take away religion. Let's go to science and let's say maybe finance.
Facts.
Right? There's no religion, no God. Let's go to science and finance. That's the point I'm making.
Right.
In science, what I garner from what Brother Reggie was saying is that you have people gravitating to the false information. Not forget religion, there's no religion, right? People are gravitating to the information that's not proper or true or right. And the people who have the right information, they don't get that much of a big crowd listening. I'm not talking about Christianity as there's no religion. Put that aside for a moment. That's the point I was making. So Morpheus, when you come and say Christianity has the biggest crowd, that is not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is whatever area, whatever discipline, whatever field you are in. Same thing with what you call medical, right? I don't know the medical field, so I trust and depend on people who are there. And then sometimes you have all these information going back and forth. And sometimes when you come to find out, the people with the, let me say pseudo, right, information, people gravitate to them so much so. So I'm asking, is this a psychological, mental something? And Brother Reggie acquiesced to that. So that's where the conversation was. It's not about Christianity.
No, but I agree.
Hey, Brother Pastor, can I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm.
And it's quick, right? Okay, within religion and you praying and things like that to God, Jesus, whomever, whatever tradition you fall up under. Myself, I'm more of with my ancestors, and I'm sitting down and I'm to myself, and I'm meditating, and I'm getting in tune and everything else, and I'm in direct, which I would say I'm in direct contact with my ancestors.
Okay.
And I'm like, I don't know which way to move. And they told me, they were like, yo, move this way, man. Do it like this. So is that pseudo, other than you praying to your religion, however, Jesus or God or Muhammad, however? Which one? What's difference? What's the difference?
I still think you guys missing my point. But however, what I'm saying is that, okay, let's take the religion you talk about where you say your ancestors, right? Where you worship your ancestors or whatever.
I'm
Did you say
not
the word worship?
worshiping no
Okay, all right.
I'm not
What
worshiping
do you use?
nobody.
Sorry, I
All I'm
apologize.
saying is
What do you
I'm
use?
in tune with my
In tune with
ancestors.
your ancestors, okay? So let's say you have a set of, let's say, experiences, right? Where you know to be in tune with your ancestors is, let's say, A, B, and C, okay? And I come and tell you, but it can't be A, B, and C. It got to be P, Q, and R. You know, according to your experience, it's A, B, and C. But I'm coming and tell you, no, it's not, right? And then now you know this for sure. And then when I say it's P, Q, and R, so many people are agreeing with me and denying you. What would you do?
Well, what I do, I would pay them no mind.
Okay. So that's the whole point. It's not about whether my religion or your religion is right or wrong. It's about the show's direction. This tonight.
But you know the difference is the difference is I'm not in the religion.
No, I'm not talking. Okay, good. Like I said,
and
okay,
the difference is I'm dealing with people that I've like my sister, my uncles, they done passed on. I'm talking about, and they was here in the physical. I'm not dealing with 3,000 year. Oh, this dude did this, and this is your God.
Got you. Right.
I'm not dealing with that.
Got you. And when I came on here,
this properly done. This not no, but then at the same time, our ancestors did it the same way.
All right.
But we picked up a custom, we picked up a tradition that's not our own.
I wonder how
because we always honored our ancestors.
Hold on. I wonder
I'm talking about we always did that.
I wonder how
you know what? Can I say this, right? What you saying, brother? Right? I can respect that on 90 levels. You feel me? With what you're saying, right? And I nor anyone else can say that your experience with your ancestors, right, with your experience is false. There's no way in hell I would even attempt to do that. You feel me? Right?
Yeah.
But the question that I'm bringing up, right, are the claims. So, in other words, when we said, or people said, hey, Billy Carson, right, got exposed because he was not knowledgeable in what he was professing to be knowledgeable on, right? And he got exposed that he didn't know it, right? Cool. So on that note, I'm like, it's real. However, if I look over on the other side at Huff, that doesn't make what Huff said as being true, or his belief system.
Look, listen. Okay,
In other words,
like
what I'm
with the
trying to say is
platforms
this.
like we on right
I'll give a
now.
perfect example. Perfect example. Got you. Perfect example. Let's say right now in the scientific community, right?
Yeah.
If the scientists, so watch this. You got two different arguments. Let's say you got the people who are believing evolution, right, and the creationists, right? Cool. Let's say tomorrow morning they have discovered that they were wrong about evolution, right? And evolution, they got it all wrong, complete 100% wrong. Does that prove the creation is right? Yes or no?
No.
Thank you. Right. So because we prove one thing wrong, the other thing has to prove its own claim independently on its own. So if Billy Carson is wrong, 100% wrong, right, about whatever he believed or taught or whatever, right, fine, he's wrong. He lied. He's completely wrong about this. That doesn't make what Huffman believes is being true. You know that, right?
Right. But then, hey, brother, this gonna slide right in with you. You know the scale, right? Of being balanced. You can't have too much right, and you can't have too much wrong. You have to balance yourself out.
What are you saying? Either it's factual.
No, it's factual. It was factual is balance. As you going forth.
No, what's factual is that you can identify specific truths, specific.
Yes. But then at the same time, brother Reggie, you got to go back to. You got to go. Everybody is not right.
No,
everything that I'm talking about, bruh. I respect you as a researcher and everything else. But then you researching somebody else's claim, PhD, however. But then the things
see,
I
now you're getting
hold on.
Wait, no, you're breaking rules now. Now you're breaking rules.
No, I'm not.
You objectively falsify? Forget who I'm getting the information from.
No, it's not that, bro. No, bro. Just let me land my plane. It's not disrespecting you at all. So you can get resource, you can get your resources from anywhere. And oh well, this part of what they were saying was not true. Then they come back, oh, we apologize and this and that. It's the same thing.
No, it's
Oh
not.
my
And
God.
I
so,
agree with that.
no,
Oh
no,
my God. Oh
no.
my God. You
You
dealing
going
with
to
the
God now,
sources.
man?
I'm talking about
You going back to
okay.
God? God don't help you?
Okay, hold on. Say if I go through school and I got paper and I let these people do my work and scholarly and everything. I'm a scholar now, coming straight out of whichever college, the top-notch scholars, PhD. And I say, and I'm like, and I stand on this. This is what it is. But I'm wrong.
Okay.
But I come back and say, oh well, the information changed at this time. So, but everybody else stood on it because
Matter,
you
what
going
you
off somebody
said,
else. Man,
Matter, what you
that's what it
started
is.
saying, you put things on a balance.
And that's what it is. It's
that's
balanced.
when,
You have to. Hey, look, if you don't drink enough water going outside in 100 and some degree weather, you gonna faint.
okay, Matter, right?
I'm just being real.
You could be real. I deal with Larry, brother
I'm talking
Larry.
about
Realism.
factual.
You're not letting me talk. So why don't you just keep talking? I'll listen, and you tell me when you finish.
No,
Quickly, brother Richard, can I put my number in the back chat?
All I'm saying is, bro.
Yeah, and I'll call you.
All I'm saying is, brother Reggie, at the end of the day, no matter if it came from some of our great scholars, even they research have to be upgraded. They gave you the right info, the right route to go down. Even their research have to be upgraded, man.
Okay, but
See,
that's not
I
what I'm
agree
talking
because
about. No, I'm talking.
Sorry, I just want to.
No,
Right, go ahead,
I'm talking. Right? I'm talking. That's not what I'm talking about. That's a fact. Everybody's information has to be upgraded. Right? Nothing. There's always new information.
Would you call that revolution?
Privilege.
Would you call that revolution?
I'm talking. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that the problem is with pseudo information is exactly what you are talking about, is saying. What happens is people take some truths and untruths and they call it balance, right?
Well, no, brother Reggie, that's not it. No.
But when you're interrupting me, right?
Oh, sorry.
So since you want to interrupt me, Meta, tell me what you want to tell me. And then don't interrupt.
No, I'm not interrupting you, bro. I'm just saying balance.
You did interrupt me. See, that's a fact.
Okay, that's okay. I apologize, my G.
So I'm allowing you, right, to make your point. And I'm not going to interrupt you. Just tell me when you finish.
Okay, we speaking on God concept. And Brother Morpheus laid it down. Of everybody, God concept is different. Even your God concept is different. So then, where are we going to breakfast? Where are we going to breakfast tomorrow? You know what I'm saying? We finna sit up here. We're gonna argue the fact about God, but at the end of the day, what I'm saying, everything that let's take us being taught about God, and let's say what you know. I said, I know my mother. I know she created me, my brother, and my sister. And I stand on that. And then it go deeper with the mitochondrial and everything of the facts of our ancestors, what we hold dear to. Then at the same time, I'm like, yo, I'll give honor to my ancestors. Other people give honor to something that they done taught. Like, okay, this is your God. But everything else, everything started in Africa from all religion, Abrahamic faiths. But then don't nobody stand on the same God. That don't make no sense. That's what Morpheus was saying. Am I right or wrong, Morpheus?
Okay, so since you asked Morpheus a question, that means you ended.
I'm done. I'm
Good.
done.
Okay, so respectfully, that's not what I'm talking about.
Sorry.
I'm talking about the show was about pseudo information, right? It was about claims that our brother Hayes was making.
That's what we're talking about as well, though.
Now, see, no, we're not playing fair.
Okay, okay.
So,
I'm sorry.
this
I'm gonna
is what
shut up.
right? This is the problem, right? Right. I let you talk. I wait for you to finish. Then you defer to Morpheus, right? So now I'm coming back to it. Just remember who's the author. This is my show. This is my topic. Trying to explain several things. One is what is pseudo, why the information that Mr. Hayes, Brother Hayes put up, and Billy Carson, why it is problematic. It is ambiguous. They use half-truths, right? They appeal to authority. People love that information and don't want to do the hard work to do the truth. I respect the fact of how you carry your life with your sister and your uncle and the rest of the family members that passed. I have no complaints about that, right? So I'm not disagreeing with you, but I am disagreeing with you on the fact of everything is balanced. The problem is that's what's happening that's making things ambiguous in our community, right? Somebody said something? So the problem is ambiguous information.
Hold on, Brother Reg, you quoted me wrong when I said everything is balanced. I said everything it's about being balanced.
But is that true?
I'm talking about
you cut me off
balance
again
yourself.
to say that.
Huh?
You cut me off.
I'm
whether
sorry.
You said it a different way.
Mute my mic now.
You said it a different way. Everything is not about being balanced, right? That's how pseudos win. A disorganized truth against an organized lie wins every time, right? That's a
no.
fact.
I don't agree with that.
There you go, cut me off again.
You asked. I thought you was asking me a question.
I didn't ask you that. I didn't ask you a question.
You
I
said
know when
right.
I ask you a question. Okay. I know the English language very well. Right? Okay. If I would have asked, I would have said, Meta, what do you think about this? I didn't ask you a question. I made a statement.
Okay. I apologize.
Right? You just disagreed. Now, since you disagreed, it was 12:09. Now, since you disagreed, tell me why a disorganized lie defeats. Why you disagree with a disorganized lie defeats an where an organized lie defeats a disorganized truth. Tell me why you disagree with that.
A disorganized lie.
No, an organized lie.
An organized lie would defeat
disorganized truth. Tell me why you disagree.
It's religion.
Huh?
Religion.
You're giving me an example. Tell me why you disagree with it.
I'm talking about religion is what you talking about. Religion. Because is Abrahamic faith. All of them, and then you can go to a Muslim, you can go to a Christian, Hebrew Israelite, however you want it whipped up, and they'll say they all serve different gods.
Yeah. Still, that sounds good, Meta.
But it's but you just had Brother Lie, and you had the pastor.
Want to talk, and you want to cut me off, and
you just asked me a question.
Okay. because you interrupted me. See, the problem is you are interrupting me. Okay. I asked you I asked you a specific question. The question is, you said that you disagree with a organized lie defeats a disorganized truth every time. Then I asked you on that particular question, why do you disagree? I'm asking you again. Why
Because, okay, like say, for example, right, or organized lie. And I'm with inside that organized lie. But then I found truth within that organized lie. But I don't know how to properly present myself of the truth of what I found that's false about this. And I stand on that.
Did you answer the question?
And that's like with the God concept. I stand on my black woman. I stand on my mother. I stand on my mother's, the children of my mother. My children's mother. I stand on that, man.
You're making claims, sir.
I'm not making no claims if
Hey,
that's what I'm saying.
Reg, can I jump in real quick? Well, let me try to help this out real quick. What Reggie is saying is this, right? Let me sum this up. Let me give you an analogy. A guy commits a crime. Yeah. He commits a crime. And his alibis, he got great alibis, right? He organizes all his alibis. He gets false witnesses, but his things look great. So he has an organized lie, right? The district attorney has the truth that the guy did the crime, but his witnesses is not good. His evidence is not really 100%, right? So the district attorney office knows the truth, but it's disorganized. The guy who did the crime is organized. Does that guy, is he found guilty or not guilty in the trial?
He'll be found guilty.
No, he ain't. He going home.
I'm talking about not like. Well, my bad, bro. Yeah.
Homeboy's going home, fam.
He going to the crib, but that's what I just said.
Right. So that's what Reggie is saying.
He said religion terms. I just said
no. He's not. But Reggie wasn't talking religion. He's just generalizing and saying that how an organized lie can beat a disorganized truth. Now you could apply it to religion if you want. So like I just applied it to a court case, right? But that philosophy in and of itself is 100% correct. That's what he's saying.
But then, Brother Morpheus, we was just talking about being balanced and things like that. He came at me like, "Oh, well,
no, see, that's the problem. See, Morpheus. See, this is the problem. So I have to nip it in the bud, and then I have to leave. Right? You talked about a need for the balance.
No, I didn't say no need for no balance. I just said, okay, go ahead, bro.
No. You say, now I'm giving you another chance. Say exactly what you said.
All I was saying is us, as far as me understanding.
No, talk about balance.
And I'm saying balance.
Say
balancing
what you said.
Yourself out with any and everything that
about
you do
facts
is balance.
And balance. Say what you said about facts and balance.
What'd you say?
Say what you told the public about facts and balance.
Facts and balance. Me balancing myself out.
No.
As far as how I go my everyday life.
No, that's not what you said.
That's basically what I was saying.
No. Well, see, now it's basically.
So you tell me what I was saying, Brother Reg.
Right. You were saying that there is a need for a balance between facts and other things.
I said balance. I'm talking about what it's a need for balance. It's a need for balance with every and anything that you do.
That's why I disagree with you.
Because if
right?
you can't have
Because
too much of the other.
that doesn't help. That the reason why is because pseudo stuff is filled. It makes the balance between facts and untruth to persuade you, right, about something that may not be true. So you use half truths, right, to make your point. What we are trying to do, and that is what happens with pseudoscience. That's what happens with this fake information that we have, this metaphysics, because they use half truths, right, to make their point that it's true because there is some truth within it.
Where do you think the metaphysics came from? So you saying pseudoscience? Because first off, you.
I don't want to get into a back and
No,
forth.
not no back and forth, bro.
I do not want to get.
You know what I'm saying? You my guy. You know, we could agree and disagree.
Well, we
you know what I'm saying?
can't
But
because
look, hey,
I'm
look,
not
look,
trying.
Check this out. You saying pseudoscience. Morpheus had you read pseudoscience down to the T.
No,
right?
I search for pseudoscience.
Okay,
He asked me
but
to
at the
get
same
to the
time,
point.
but you have to stand on those principles then,
It
right?
does. It means non-authentic. I
Yeah,
read what it said.
but bro, if I tell you something and you use me as a source, you don't know if that's the factual truth.
Okay, so
What
You
the
don't
hell
know
is
it.
this? This
We
guy,
go
man, gotta
off
go to
of
bed.
sources that
I don't
Man,
think
gotta go to
anybody.
bed. It's time for him
Matter,
to go to bed.
I don't think that people.
Matter, go to bed. It's
Man,
late.
I ain't gotta go nowhere.
Yeah, matter.
I'm just being see, if you speak to like outside the box of things,
Red fish, blue fish. What the fuck this nigga
purple,
talking about?
green, yellow. Come
I
on,
have to do.
cuz.
It's
That's what
actually
it
late for
is,
me.
man.
It's
Come on, man.
12:18.
Just because this one cat said everything is true and what you believe in, well, we all gonna believe in that. No, man, come on, man. Get out of here with that bullshit.
Okay, so listen, I'm gonna give in because it's late at night, right? So I'm gonna give everybody a chance to close out. Meta, you could be the first one, and please close out. I can't do this. So
Man, it went
when I don't
south,
eat, I
man.
have
It
blood
went
sugar
south.
problem.
Man, it went south. It did go south a little bit, but it was a nice little build everybody put in. This was nice though, Reg, and I appreciate you letting me on.
My brother.
Muad, I'll tell to all the panel people some things. I guess I ain't supposed to believe in that, but for real. All right, y'all.
My brother, come back in. You know you my dude.
All right, peace.
Hey,
all right, can I close? Yeah, can I close out? Can I close out so that I can go?
Yes. And first,
Yeah,
did you get the memory?
Yes, I did, brother. I got it. Yeah, I got it, Reg.
Okay, congratulations, because that bothered me. But go ahead.
Yeah, no, I got it. Yeah. So thank you, everybody, man. Real quick, peace. I want to say peace and love to everybody that's on here.
Peace, my brother.
When I speak, right, I just want to say this because I'm gonna be very short. What I care about in my life, like I said, is as many things that are true and less things that are false. That's what I want in my life. Okay. So when I have these conversations, right, I question what it is that we believe and why do we believe it. And then most important is, do you care if your beliefs are true, right? Do you care if your beliefs are true? And if the answer to that question is yes, then it goes to, okay, now how do we determine if what you believe is true? What methods, what tools do you use to determine if your beliefs are true? Whatever they are. I don't care where they come from. I don't care if they come from, it's not exclusive to any religion or any school of thought, right? It's just to everything and everyone, right? Right? Because we all got different beliefs. We all got different beliefs about different things. But the question is, do you care if your beliefs are true? This is why I question the things that I do, right? I don't question for to try to seek that, rather I don't try to seek the answers to questions. What Morpheus does is I question your answers. Peace.
Thank you very much.
Peace, Morpheus.
Peace, peace.
Wow.
So,
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so I just want to say, it's always a pleasure to come on and have a little conversation, discussion. And I think that we are always going to be at a point where we disagree in some point with each other. And part of my reason for coming on is, how do we get past our disagreements? Should we stick in the rut, if you will, of our disagreements and don't move from there? And that's why I was asking the question, how do we move past, or how do we deal with this issue of people? I'm not comparing Christianity or religion to something else. I'm saying even within the discipline itself, how do we get over this hurdle, if you will, of people gravitating to that information that's considered not right or not true, whether it's in religion, in science, technology, mathematics, engineering, whatever it is. How do we get over this hurdle? If it's a psychological something, how then do we deal with that to get over that? That people now, in general, can begin now to gravitate towards the right information and be able to identify, determine, and detect the wrong information, so to speak. Apart from that, we all brothers. I love everybody. It's always a pleasure. Brother Reggie, I got your back.
Yeah, you do. I got yours.
Peace and love, everybody. Peace and love.
Peace.
And Brother Reggie, when are you going to get to the library, man?
Well, there's a new exhibit open. It actually deals with Hebrew scripts in Florentine, Italy. I haven't seen it yet. I'll let you know and see if it's something in your area. But I'm still waiting for the exhibit on Serene and to open up, and some of the other ones that were closed down. But they're not opened up yet, so that's why I didn't call you. And I did see the exhibition on I'm sorry. There's a exhibition that deals with Black art. It's called Flight into Egypt. I don't know if you're interested in that. Then,
yes.
Flight into Egypt is more art, but Dr. Ben's book in it is in it. So is Diop's book in it. So is the Crisis magazine in it. So we'll talk about that to see if that's an interest of yours.
Okay. All right. Peace and blessing, everybody.
Peace and blessings to you.
All right.
Brother Reggie, can I close out?
Yeah, sure, Joe Welsh.
All right. Good show. I enjoyed the conversation, and I kind of get where everybody coming from, but it just kind of it's a difficult situation. But like Morpheus, he touched it on the head. But as far as like the information that's a lie, people gravitate to that easy, and we came basically as a young age doing the same thing until you get to a certain age and a certain mindset. Because we believe, well, most of us believed in a Santa Claus. That made us feel good that it was a Santa, but then we come to find out it's not. You know what I'm saying? That's just the way it is. Just like people gravitate to certain religions. Even though I don't believe in it, but it makes them feel good, whether it's true or not. So people choose what they want to believe and whatever makes them feel good. So you could put out false information. If it makes people feel good, they're gonna gravitate to it. And that's just the reality of it. But I try to stay away from those areas. But anyway, man, I'm closing out, man. I'm glad you let me on the platform, man. I hope you have a blessed day, well, a blessed night. And I'll be back on soon when you have another show. And peace to everybody on the panel.
Joe Wise, I'll be counting on it. Thank you so much for always coming in. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Hey, brother Reggie, I came about 20, 25 minutes late. I had to work and whatnot, but I had to tap in. But hey, man, I'm gonna go back and watch the show. Anytime you on, most of the time you on. If I if I'm not watching you, if I'm late watching your live, I go back and watch it. But in which way I really appreciate. Yep. So yeah, I appreciate what you're doing for the community, and I really don't have really nothing to say. But your boy, what's his name? Yes, was that yes? Somebody was off the chain. He was saying, well, but it is what it is, though. You had a lot of patience, real patient.
Yeah.
But
which I try to do, but
yes, sir.
It's late.
Yep. All right, I'll talk to you later.
My brother, please come back anytime, man. It was interesting because I was dealing with what our brother Hayes said the other night on light beings, Anunaki, and I was dealing with the fact that where these concepts come from, the light beings and stuff like that. I listed a number of sources where these concepts come from, but I was talking about, well, how did they evolve? The abiogenesis of them. How do they interface with matter, right? Are they provable? Are they real? What are the measurements and things like that, right? And then later on, we got into another part about, well, I was hoping to deal with provable information, right? Well, how do we prove some of the things that we currently talk about? And then of course I had brought in Billy again, talking about that we naturally can communicate into the universe, right? But all his examples were in fact wires and stuff like that. And then he threw in a Manchurian candidate and a number of things. He did, to me, it just didn't make any sense. But that's what it is, Gila Khan. I mean, we have these people on our show, and people like yourself and other people get to question these people, and we expect great answers and great sources, right? So thanks for coming on. My brother Yasaf, what's going on?
Yes, brother Reggie. Salute to you first and foremost. Great show. Glad to be a part of it. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. My thing is, with the Billy Carson thing and all of that. I mean, most of us were, like you say, we're going off this AI information, and with AI, there's a lot of inconsistencies within that. And so, if you go to somebody probably like yourself who goes into like the real information, you can expose these people in that sense. So, yeah, I mean, it wasn't going to take long for them to get exposed. But as far as the God concept is concerned, I feel like because in terms of like we Black people, our God is not prominent, not in power, so to speak. We tend not to want to go and visit that shadow of ourselves, basically. And the fact is that the more we run away from it, the more and more we're going to get distant, and the more and more we'll be at the bottom of where we are, because we cannot embrace something that's not ours, so to speak. And I know you understand what I'm trying to say. So yeah, for me personally, it's going back to your ancestors. I mean, I agree with what the dude said, the dude you was conversating with, and I agree with some of what you're saying too. So I mean, the balance was there in the conversation, but it was just try to figure each other out. Sometimes that happens, but I mean, yeah. Thank you very much. That's all I'm saying.
No,
I mean,
stay there.
we gotta raise our frequency.
So no, stay right there. Okay. Just because our people have done something on the continent of Africa does not necessarily mean that the practice was correct. It just means that they did that practice. The problem with, I see that you study our people, is that people was disunited for the same reasons. They had different divine kings. And because you're wearing the hat of that says Guiame in West Africa, of the Akan people, right? Then you know the story of the Akan, the Shanti, the Fante, the Ewe, the Ga in those particular wars. Those wars were about divine kingships, right? And whose people, so much so that they executed captured tribes, so much so that ultimately they ended up selling their own brothers, and some of their own brothers and sisters were happy to, you're going to get mad at me, but I'm going to say it, for getting for not being murdered in those tribal wars. So so when those groups of people decided, both the Fanti, Shante, and the Ga people had these connections with the oppressor, largely the Portuguese, they had two choices, because these groups of people would not integrate their families into these other groups of people. They would not. So we have to be we have to be honest about these some of these tribal wars that we had, right? And some of our own problems that we had uh, 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 within the continent. Even though I respect and venerate, I also study, and I also understand how Islam was successful. This foreign religion was successful and Africanized, right? Africanized to a certain degree, mixed in the early part African traditional beliefs with Islam, until more orthodox priests came and said, no, you got to strictly do it by the Quran. But that religion that was brought in was simple: one God, one messenger, one book, right? And it allowed you privileges. And while other African groups were competing, this group said that, well, if you take your Shahada, you won't be enslaved, right? And you can function as a Muslim. And it created these strong African kingdoms, Ghana, Mali, and Songhai, right? And they were Islamic. But then that didn't work, because ultimately the for what there's all these apologists, but uh, uh, the uh, Muslim al-Mansur, right, of Morocco, attacked Timbuktu. There's a whole bunch of apologists, and then he enslaved those people, right? And then it was African slavery against Muslims, and that was actually problems. And so that created a huge problem in Africa because of that. And then the prior to that, Mansa Musa, he goes and takes servants in the African Islamic form, but we can call them slaves, and he takes them to Mecca, and he takes gold, and that was a major part of the African the trans-Saharan slave trade. This stuff with balance. If you're looking for balance and stuff, then your acceptance of half truths. Your acceptance, you have an acceptance of half truths because it makes you feel good and you want to believe it. And that is problematic, because it has to be, in science, things have to be provable. So science is very strict, right? We're not strict in our studies. And so I go to conferences with people who are non-African. I go to their conferences. I go to university conferences. I just came back from one, right? And they're very strict about what they're pushing. And you have to be strict to be able to falsify things that they say, like Kemet means the black land. It's not related at all to the people, the skin people. But none of that makes any sense when you are organized against their organized lie. So you have to have an organized truth against their organized lie. You have to tell them that in 1859, shout out to Sat 12, in 1859, this is where you see the black land in print. Who are these groups of people who are pushing this black land versus black people? These are the same racist groups of people. You see the Vorderbush using Kemet as the black land instead of the black people, but at the same time saying the black one. But you don't see much material on explaining why it's the black one and not the black land. Then you have people in our community saying it's based on a fertile soil, but they don't know that their source is Plutarch, right? They don't know the source of that is Plutarch and Greek scholars who know nothing about African culture. Listen, when I got a degree in engineering, it was about solving problems. Your problem was either right or wrong. There was no balance. You don't get no grade if you don't solve the problem, huh?
Yeah.
You don't get a grade
No,
if you don't solve the problem.
You're right. You're right. Yeah.
It's simple as that, right? In mathematics, either you follow things like the order of operations, right? And there's order of operations. The problem with our people is that there's no order of operations, and we don't sometimes solve the problems. And then we sometimes use the sources of Europeans and then make it our own, right? And then can't substantiate what the Europeans say, nor know where they got it from. So on my channel, I'm a guest on Sarnetta's channel, and on my channel, I'm not trying to hear that. I can respect your belief. I can respect your religious belief. Please don't try to prove it. I respect it. Just leave it like that. But now if you're going to try to prove your patriarchs and things like that, you can't prove your patriarchs. You can't prove that they existed in history. That's your belief, and your book backs up your belief. I don't believe in balance. And Ma'at, people got that all wrong. Ma'at hates Eastfed. There is no balance. There's no balance.
But all of that to me personally is not African. If you ask me, it's an imitation of it, but it's not the real thing. If you ask me personally,
What is not African? What is not African?
The Kemet stuff that you're talking about.
The Kemet stuff is not African?
Well, no, they've portrayed it to be African, but it's not actually African. No, it's based on some ideas.
Oh, you mean African the concept of being Kemetic, right?
Correct.
It's innovations on that's what you're saying?
Yeah, it's been perverted. In other words,
thinking. Now, when I use Kemet, I'm talking about the actual culture with the primaries, what they actually said, the inscriptions, and basically from translations, what they said. I'm not talking about the modern day innovations of a religious group. I'm not talking about that. If you follow me, I'm one of the people that just say I'm not interested in the religion, and I know the people who started many of these religious concepts. And I was around in 1984 when a lot of this was coming together, and I know all the different groups. And I also know that they weren't reading the Meta Necha. They was reading. They thought that there was one book of the day. That was what Wallace Budge created, and they didn't know that that was a late period Book of the Dead, late 18th dynasty. If you asked them what was the first Pernem Hero, they couldn't tell you. And then it comes from the coffin text, and then it comes from the pyramid text, and then and then it comes from ethnic and tribal practices within the Western Desert, Eastern Desert, and Nubia that coalesce. And I respect them as people. Many of them are my friends, but they can't go to no conference with none of that stuff. And the first basis of going to it is you got to write a paper, and you got to write an abstract. And many of that, like they talk about Kemet, they're not going to tell you what Kemet means. They're going to tell you what the Europeans say it means, the black land, right? Or they're not going to tell you that at first it was black places and like black city, and they're not going to say nothing about the cattle the cattle and the sheep and the rams that they selected to be sacred first. They're not going to tell you that, but they're going to sound good, and then they get mad at me because I'm not trying to hear any of that stuff that they're talking about. So there is no balance, right? That's the whole point of it. There is no balance, right? When there doesn't have to be any balance. It's either facts and what you can prove. Can I prove what I say about certain subjects? Yes. Today I proved that these concepts of light beings and angelic being, they all come from, they seemingly are a fusion between religious, and I can find the authors that said that. But the problem is when we hear in our community, they don't tell you about David Icke, and they don't tell you about Zachariah Stitchin, who's wrong about many of the things, Nibiru and all of this stuff, right? But it's something about our pride and our ego, right? And then we want to hide the European sources that are not right, that they don't update, right? So I just wanted to, chit chat with you because I want to.
No, that's cool. That's cool. I mean, you're saying a lot of things that are, kind of right in terms of what they've put out there regarding us, so to speak. Would you agree that that's from a European kind of thinking?
I'm saying, first of all, part of it is human, untrained, undisciplined, a human. I don't blame everything on the European. I blame specific things on the European, but the onus is really on our people. We got to get our S together, right? We got to do that. And we have to understand that even the Nile Valley civilization that we call Egypt, it collapsed for a number of reasons, but one is religious views. It collapsed because of religious views, right? It collapsed because of invasions, but the religious views also weakened it. For a whole culture at one time to be thinking about the afterlife is ridiculous. For a culture to not use their natural resources to defend itself, right? And to keep their people safe, but it's ridiculous, right? I don't care. I've been one of the people to walk up the pyramids, at least one of them, right? From the ground floor to the king's chamber. Okay, great, nice, but that resource, I respect their tribute to their king, and I respect that also the pyramid may have been something else. If it was something else, managing water, I respect that. But if it was to just a man, I don't respect that. I don't think it was for a man. I think the purpose of the pyramids in the early days was having something to do with the water supply. But when it became something connected to a one king, I don't respect that. I respect that they believed it, but I think that was a problem in the culture. If it was symbolic, then that's a huge waste. Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. Don't you think that has been distorted? Because everybody, when they speak about these things, they only go as far back as what the Bible takes us. And even science is like,
what are you talking about there's no Bible when it comes to Egyptian artifacts and archaeology.
No, I got you. But what I'm saying is that line, okay, when I say Bible, I mean the Bible takes you from Canaan, Sumeria. You get what I'm saying? For all these different civilizations.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about African problems. I'm not talking about those people.
Yeah.
I'm talking about African problems.
No, I'm saying that I got you. But what I'm saying to you is that there were civilizations before all those civilizations, which we don't deal with. We never deal with those civilizations, like the Tartarian civilization and even the Atlantean civilization.
No, stop it. You believe in Atlantis? You believe in Atlantis?
No, I'm just saying that these are civilizations. I mean, the evidence is around.
Wait, hold on. You say that Atlantis was a culture and a civilization?
I'm saying that there's evidence around us that proves that there was
there you go.
civilizations before this one. That's what I'm saying.
What evidence?
Well, all the buildings, all the big buildings that we see all around us.
Where?
I mean, we couldn't have built those buildings. All these listed
that had
buildings.
something to do with Atlantis?
Well, it had to do with at least Tartaria. If it wasn't, no, Atlantis was sank. Apparently, you know what I'm saying, was sank under the sea, the ocean. But Tartaria is who built all these listed eloquent buildings you see all over the world, including the pyramids.
Prove it.
Prove it. Okay, I'll prove it.
You made a claim.
Okay, so how can we build structures like that in the 1800s when we were riding horse and buggy? You answer me that question. We used horse and buggy and simple tools.
We're talking about a period. We're talking about periods starting in 3100 BC. That has nothing to do with those groups of people.
No. All of these were before. This is what I'm saying to you. Way before. We're talking 500 CE or something like that. I mean BC.
I'm talking about
like
3100 BC. I'm talking about Tumuli to the step pyramid, right? I'm talking about those the step pyramid, right, was a tumuli structure that was combined with another tumuli structure to make the step pyramid. And it required mathematics.
And so what about the other buildings? What about the other buildings that you see around? How did you do that? How was that done?
What buildings are you talking about, Yasaf?
I'm saying the buildings, these cathedrals, like for instance, I don't know if the New York. Say what?
Cathedrals? Listen.
Yeah.
The Greeks, look, when these civilizations came into the civilization called Egypt in the late period, right? Particularly the Assyrians and the Persians.
You see, this is why I agree with Rod. I agree definitely with Rod because he knows about the civilizations.
He doesn't, so you're appealing to authority. I don't care about him. I care about what you know. Don't agree. See, that's not
I'm saying he agrees. Okay.
No.
Go ahead.
Now you're gonna bring in a European. Now you're gonna bring in what does he have to do with the buildings? Roth got nothing.
I was just talking about the buildings. See, we couldn't have because they were so big. They were too big for us to build, and we wouldn't build.
African people built the African people. There are several stages of pyramids before the Khufu Khafra and Menkaure, right? Pyramids, right? There are a number of failed pyramids, right? Prior to that, so that means they had to use better calculations. So Roth has nothing to do with this. See, this is what I'm talking about. Bringing in the information, Yasaf, they got nothing to do with the point that we're talking about.
Okay, so let me just ask another question though. Have you heard about the Great Wall of Benin?
The Great Wall of Zimbabwe. I'm not so sure about the Great Wall of Benin, but the period of Benin is way after the period that we're talking about.
No, I don't think so.
The Benin Empire. So. You don't believe so?
I don't believe that it was that it was after. I think it's before.
Okay,
you saying it's after? Say what?
Think evidence.
At the moment, I'm thinking
Benin culture, or are you talking about another culture of African people? But still, what are your artifacts for that? You saying the Great Wall of Benin? We could Google it.
Correct. The Great Wall of Benin was built even before the Great Wall of China.
Give me a source.
Yeah, I'm not prepared for this, but I can come in one day and show you all that if you want to.
No, because guess what?
It's a fact. You can look it up. It will tell you.
But I'm asking you know. We can always look.
That's what I'm trying to say to you. That's what I'm trying to say to you. You see,
you're doing spooky stuff, right? Either you know or you don't know.
Right. Okay. Right now, I know, but as we're on the show and you want me to bring evidence,
Yeah,
I will
because you
say,
brought it
okay,
up.
exactly. So I'll say, let's put a pin in it for now, and then we'll revisit it, or it will come up probably on your show some other time. But I mean, that's something that Rod said. That's all I'm saying. That's something
Don't
that
bring
he
in
said, which
Roth.
I agree with.
Don't bring it. Why you keep bringing? See, this is the problem. You're bringing in Roth for chronology, or you're bringing in Roth for what? Roth is trying to look at Levant, the biblical studies. This is a way later period, right? Than with the period that we're talking about. So Roth has nothing to do with Old Kingdom. If he wants to change it 15, 20 years ago, 30, 40 years ago, his only point is looking around for the Exodus. So I
Are you
don't
sure we got
understand
the
why
same
you're saying
man?
David Roth. Huh?
Are you sure we got the same man?
David
Are we
Roth?
talking about the same person?
David Roth?
No.
Which Roth?
Rod's, whatever his name is, something Rod's or something.
How do we do this when I expect you to tell me exactly who the person is? How do
Well,
we do it?
okay. Well, sorry, Reggie. When you came
it's-
on, you were questioning the information of Billy Carson and another person. Who's that other person?
Ron Hayes.
Thank you, Ron Hayes. I'm sorry. Ron Hayes. Ron Hayes is who I'm speaking about.
Okay. And I told you the reasons why you shouldn't be listening to Ron Hayes. He gave you no sources. And the sources that he used, he hid those sources because ultimately he would tell you that about Zechariah Stitchin and David Icke and Chariots of the Gods. And he would know that that Zechariah Stitchin didn't know how to read the language. And he created concepts like Nibiru that can't be proven, right? And so no scholar agrees today with Zechariah Stitchin, none. So not really relevant. I was telling you how, I was trying to tell you why these things, what the problem is that they can't be falsified, they can't be measured. Light beings can't be measured, right? There's a whole bunch of questions which I tried to show you. There's a scientific tools to actually falsify these things, but they can't falsify it because it can't be measured. These are just ideas. Nevertheless, now I am tired and I got to get something to eat. So, yeah, Rod Hayes. Peace.
yeah. That's who I meant. I'm sorry.
So,
Ron
I am,
Hayes,
and
that's the one.
so next time we talk, maybe I'll be a little sharper because I've eaten something, right? I'll be a little sharper myself on.
But it's good conversation, though. Believe, yeah, you know a lot too. I mean, all these guys, they
I know a lot
It's just
too.
about
You see how they do
everything
me?
together.
I know a lot too. You see how they? That's why I say y'all got to cash at me. You know why? You know why? You know why? Because I've been listen. I know a lot. Some of the people that y'all talk about, right? I actually not just met, but studied under, right? Met them for their time on the earth to their grave. That's Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark. I love when people talk about Dr. Ben and Dr. Clark, and I know that they ain't never met them, never sat in their libraries, right? Never fetched books for them, never had the pleasure of reading to them, right? Never had the pleasure of caring for them, never had the pleasure of traveling with them, but they want to act like I'm not here, that I didn't, that
You're definitely relevant. Wherever you say, you're definitely relevant.
and I'll tell you, and I'm unhappy to say, a lot of people
but everybody's information can be challenged. That's all I'm saying.
We're not
definitely
saying
relevant.
that. We're saying exactly that. We're saying exactly that. And some people's information, there wasn't wrong or right about everything, but certainly wasn't wrong about a lot of things. So, but he he is the one who changed UNESCO's thinking on how to evaluate information, because he used a multidisciplinary method instead of somebody from anthropology saying one thing and another people from. He was a person to go through all those particular lines. But with that said, hey family, support your brother Reggie. Let me put in my Cash App. And I would appreciate it. Support brother Reggie. Yeah.
Crazy. Peace.
Salute to you. Salute to you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for joining. And peace, everybody. And I'm happy that Sanella allowed me to be on his channel. And this is also being shown on my channel. And thank you all for the discussion. Thank you all for spending time with me and listening to some of my ideas. So with that said, peace to the family. Peace.
Is it? Peace.